Chapter 924. Let's go! As Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, shouted softly, he led the group of people from Five Element Sect, including Duan Lingtian, and continued to fly forward. Soon, the group of people arrived at a mountain range that was filled with hills. The mountain range was so vast that it seemed as though it had no end in sight. There's someone over there. Suddenly, a Five Element Sect's disciple cried out in surprise as though he had discovered something. Instantly, the group of people followed his gaze and saw a group of people flying towards them from afar. The other party was so fast that they arrived in front of them in just a moment. The other party had also discovered them and stopped one by one to confront them. There were a total of 24 people in total. There was a middle-aged man, 3 old men, and 20 young men and women who were no older than 40 years old. Other than the middle-aged man who was dressed casually, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women all wore red robes with gold and copper edges. The 3 old men were wearing red robes with golden edges, while the 20 young men and women were wearing red robes with copper edges. The badge on their chests was a bright red moon. Uniform? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The first thing that came to his mind was Skywolf Fort. The group of vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the disciples of Skywolf Fort usually wore similar uniforms. Skywolf Fort? I'll settle the score between us sooner or later. When Duan Lingtian thought of Skywolf Fort, his eyes turned red. The scene of Ta Mu blocking the attack for him and dying when he was chased by the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was still vivid in his mind. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. It's the people from Crimson Moon Sect. A commotion entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples had begun to whisper to each other. Crimson Moon Sect? Duan Lingtian looked at the Crimson Moon badge on the chest of the group of people in front of him and suddenly understood. He was no stranger to the Crimson Moon Sect. When he was still in the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, Yi Xian had mentioned the Crimson Moon Sect to him. For this reason, he knew that Crimson Moon Sect was one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, just like the 5 Element Sect. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to the 5 Element Sect. Sect Master Ren. Guochong looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and greeted nonchalantly, I can't believe that the Crimson Moon Sect has received the news as well. This middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance is none other than Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the void. When Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, he heard a familiar voice. It was Chen Wei who told him the middle-aged man's identity via voice transmission. I didn't expect that your 5 Element Sect would be so well informed. However, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu can only be obtained by those who are capable. Ren Ji glanced at Guochong nonchalantly and paused when he reached the end of his sentence. His sharp gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the other 25 Element Sect's young disciples one by one before it finally landed on Duan Lingtian. He sneered, Sect Leader Gua, it seems like your 5 Element Sect really doesn't have anyone among the younger generation? Shouldn't such a young kid be left at home to drink milk? Ha! The moment Ren Ji's words left his mouth, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women behind him could not help but laugh out loud. Their laughter was filled with mockery. Sect leader is right. Such a young kid should be left at home to drink milk. Look at his age, he's only around 25 years old. Is trash like this going to die in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Perhaps he thinks that dying in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is an honorable thing to do. Many Crimson Moon Sect's disciples discussed and mocked Duan Lingtian without restraint. They deliberately raised their voices, intending to cooperate with their sect leader to embarrass the 5 Element Sect. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Although Duan Lingtian's face remained calm, his narrowed eyes were gleaming with a terrifying cold gleam. It was a clear indication of his current mood. His gaze was locked onto the few Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were mocking him happily. As long as he had the chance, he would kill these people without mercy. His dignity would not allow anyone to trample on it. Drink milk? Guochong's face turned extremely grave as well. The 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert were like fire and water. If any of the forces had the ability to annihilate the other two forces, they would definitely not wait until the next day to make their move. However, it had never crossed Guochang's mind that the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect would be so shameless in such an occasion. The moment they met, he had already mocked the 5 Element sect's disciples. Sect leader Ren, as the dignified sect leader, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to treat a junior like this? Guochang asked in a deep voice. Inappropriate? I don't think so. Renji's face was calm as he said nonchalantly, if he thinks I'm wrong, he can come out and challenge any one of the 20 young disciples from my Crimson Moon sect. As long as he can defeat any one of them, I, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, take back what I said earlier. Almost at the instant Renji's words left his mouth, a purple figure had already leaped over the group of 5 Element sect's people and stood in front of Guochang, the sect leader of 5 Element sect. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boy, you really dare to stand out? When Renji saw Duan Lingtian walking out from the group of 5 Element sect's people, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. Then he sneered, I must remind you. You might lose your life if you try to be brave. Sect leader Ren, are you planning to take back what you said earlier? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even when he was facing Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, he was neither servile nor overbearing. His tone was indifferent as though he was talking to an insignificant person. Renji was stunned at first. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. It seems like you want to die? Boy, come and challenge me. I'll fight with you. Boy from 5 Element sect, challenge me if you have the guts. Me too. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who had followed Renji's words and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly earlier looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Their faces were filled with disdain. They did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Since all 7 of you want to fight with me, I'll fulfill your wish then. All 7 of you, come out and fight with me. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were clamoring. His voice was cold and emotionless. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only were the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples stunned, but the other 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were also stunned. The 3 old men who were dressed in red robes with golden edges and Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, were stunned as well. On the other hand, the group of people from 5 Element sect, including Guochang, the sect leader, remained calm. It was as though the scene in front of them was not enough to cause any ripples in their hearts. This guy is going to be in the limelight again. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, secretly snorted coldly. Ha! At this moment, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, also noticed the 5 Element sect's disciples' expressions. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that he had misjudged him? The moment Renji thought of this, he began to study the purple-clad young man in front of him seriously. His sharp eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything were locked onto Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian completely. Faced with Renji's serious examination, Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected. He was neither happy nor angry. Aha! At the same time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were challenged by Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but burst out laughing when they regained their senses. It was as though they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. That guy wants to challenge all 7 of us alone? Is there something wrong with his head? The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. The words that came out of their mouths were getting more and more unpleasant. At this moment, many of the other 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples could not help but laugh as well. Of course, there were also a few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were observant enough to notice the 5 Element sect's group of people's calm demeanor. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression on his face again, dread could be seen in their eyes. What? You guys don't have the guts. Faced with the repeated provocations from the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. He hovered in the air with Feng Qingyang on his purple robe as he looked at the 7 people in front of him calmly. What? You're saying that we don't have the guts? Do you really think that we're sick cats if we don't show our might? Fellow senior and junior brothers, since he looks down on us so much, let's meet him properly. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were completely enraged by Duan Lingtian. One by one, they flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian, glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Rin Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, frowned. He could vaguely feel that something was not right. That purple-clad 5-element sect's disciple seemed to be a little overconfident. Was he really that confident? Or was he deliberately mystifying things? Right now, looking at the calm expression on the 5-element sect's disciples, Renji could not say for sure. However, now that things had developed to this stage, could he still open his mouth to stop them? In fact, he was the one who suggested that the other party come out and challenge them. If he stopped them now, would he not be slapping his own face? The 3 old men from Crimson Moon sect who were wearing gold-plated red robes also had a slightly solemn expression on their faces. Just like Renji, they could vaguely feel that something was not right. Sect leader Ren, I remember that you told me just now that I might lose my life because of a moment of bravery. Am I right? Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, looked at Renji calmly and asked faintly, So, sect leader Ren, do you agree that I should fight to the death with the 7 of you from Crimson Moon sect? The moment Renji heard this, his face turned grave, but he could not refute it. He was indeed the one who said that. You brat from 5-element sect, it seems like you really want to die. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 925. When they saw that the 7 people from Crimson Moon sect were about to attack Duan Lingtian, both the people from Crimson Moon sect and the people from 5-element sect watched attentively. The group of people from Crimson Moon sect, led by sect leader Renji, the 3 old men, and a few of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples with amazing observation skills had a hint of dread in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's confidence gave them a sense of foreboding that rose from the bottom of their hearts. The remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by their 7 senior and junior brothers with a mocking smile on their faces. Their cold eyes swept across him as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, this 5-element sect's disciple would definitely die. The group of people from the 5-element sect, including Guochong, the sect leader, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusory realm to affect the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. At that time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. Bush, 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 bush. The origin energy on the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples soared as their concepts merged with their origin energy like a shadow. About 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above their heads. Among the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, the strongest one had a cultivation base at the 5th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 6th level void interpretation concept. The weakest one had a cultivation base at the 3rd level void interpretation and had comprehended the 3rd level void interpretation concept. Bush, 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 bush. As though they had discussed beforehand, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples attacked at the same time. They did not even use any spirit weapons. Their fists and palms swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. In the sky, nearly 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples struck out either with their palms or fists, and they carried the strength of around 100 ancient horned dragons as they tore through the sky. Everywhere they passed, waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding resounded. At the place where the sound of the air explosion was heard, the air was compressed and then exploded, causing waves of air to surge. The airwaves then spread out and transformed into gusts of vast and violent winds. Some of the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect disciples could not help but squint their eyes. Only the upper echelons of the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect, as well as some of the disciples with high cultivation base, were watching the scene before them without blinking. They did not miss a single detail. When Duan Lingtian saw the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples charging at him and aiming for his vitals, his eyes narrowed into slits again as a cold gleam flashed across them. At the same time as the cold light flashed, he had already raised his hand. The yuan power in his hand condensed and transformed into a milky white 1-meter-long blade. The elemental energy condensed into a sword, and after a moment, it became illusory, turning into a sword that was completely formed from condensed purple electric snakes. At the same time, streaks of purple lightning appeared on the sword, following him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Other than the upper echelons of the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect and a few disciples with high cultivation base, the rest of the people could not see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. Swoosh. In the next moment, a short-lived sword whistling sound, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of thunder, was clearly heard by everyone at the scene. Swoosh. Almost at the same time when the sword whistling sound that was accompanied by the sound of thunder came to an abrupt end, everyone could only see a purple lightning bolt soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the encirclement of the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time when the purple lightning bolt soared into the sky, everyone could see that the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively had blood spurting out from their throats. At the same time, their bodies crashed into each other violently, causing their flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Due to the inertia, their speed was extremely fast. It was as if 7 sports cars on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from had crashed into each other at top speed, causing them to be smashed into smithereens. Looking at the 7 deformed corpses, the entire scene was dead silent. At the same time, above the void above the purple figure in the sky, the heaven and earth anomaly that had yet to condense into a complete form quickly dissipated. Duan Lingtian stood high up in the sky with his hands behind his back. Dressed in purple, he followed behind Feng Qingyang. His handsome face was incomparably cold. His pair of calm eyes stared directly at the 7 falling corpses. There was no emotion in them at all. 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were killed by him with just 1 slash of his sword. 1 slash of his sword killed 7 people. What a fast sword! That slash of his sword contained the thunder concept. Although his short attack did not cause the heaven and earth phenomenon to solidify, with the speed of his attack earlier, it was at least more than the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The group of Crimson Moon sect's senior officials, led by sect leader Rinji, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Earlier, they had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's attack. They could also see that the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were definitely going to die under that slash of his sword. At that moment, it was only natural that they wanted to rescue them. However, just as they were about to make a move, they realized that the group of 5-element sect's senior officials had locked onto them. At that moment, they realized that even if they made a move, they would be stopped by the group of 5-element sect's senior officials. For this reason, they did not make any move at all. All they could do was watch in grief as the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were originally alive turned into 7 bloody corpses in just a blink of an eye. How can he be so strong? How old is he? Rinji's face was ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and stared at the purple figure in the sky. He could not wait to kill him immediately. However, he also knew that as long as Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was there, it was impossible for him to kill him. The 3 old men in the gold-trimmed red robes, the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Although they were furious, none of them made a move against Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were the ones in the wrong for what happened today. Moreover, even if they really wanted to use force, they might not be able to do anything to the group of people from 5-element sect. The 5 peak masters of 5-element sect had been fighting with them for many years. Their strength was on par with theirs. They could not do anything to each other, and the other party could not do anything to them as well. Once a fight broke out, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. That was not something they wanted to see. Good lad. The group of 5-element sect's senior officials, including sect leader Guochong, Qiyu, Yufeng and Tiangu, the peak masters of Wood Peak, Water Peak, Yufeng, and Earth Peak, all looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Initially, they thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to slowly torture the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples to death. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian would use the most straightforward method to deal with the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were charging at him menacingly. He killed them with just a single slash of his sword. At this moment, when they saw the grave expression on the faces of the Crimson Moon sect's senior officials, a bright smile appeared on their faces. Humph! Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, secretly snorted. Even though he enjoyed this ending, he could not help but feel displeased the moment he thought about how it was brought about by Duan Lingtian. If it was his direct disciple, Hu Fei, who killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, who were replaced by Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be laughing in his sleep. Ha! Duan Ling, and you're awesome! Huang Dainyu waved his fists in excitement as he laughed out loud. Chen Wei, who was standing by the side, had a smile on his face as well. Other than Hu Fei, whose face was slightly grave, the other 5 Element sect's disciples, including Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianjin, had a bright smile on their faces as well. Even Nangong Chen had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Those 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were still belittling Duan Lingtian and mocking Duan Lingtian. Look at them now. All of them are dead souls under senior brother Lingtian's sword. That's right. They were so proud when they surrounded senior brother Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, all of them are gone. It's a pity that I'm too weak. I didn't see how senior brother Lingtian struck with his sword. Senior brother Lingtian's sword is just too fast. The group of 5 Element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. At this moment, they were no longer divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. They only belonged to one sect, the 5 Element sect. They shared the same honor and disgrace as the 5 Element sect. Compared to the excitement of the 5 Element sect's disciples, the remaining 13 Crimson Moon sect's disciples had an extremely grave expression on their faces. In just one move, 7 of their Crimson Moon sect's young disciples were killed by a terrifyingly young disciple from the 5 Element sect. He killed 7 of them with just one slash of his sword. Until now, they still found it hard to believe. Some of them even suspected that they were dreaming. They could not help but pinch their own thighs. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them something. Everything that happened earlier was not a dream. It was real. What a fast sword. Senior brother Hongqing, did you see it clearly? A Crimson Moon sect's disciple asked the other Crimson Moon sect's disciple beside him with a solemn expression. The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior brother Hongqing had a strong body. His eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were bright. His chiseled face looked extremely determined. The extraordinary aura that was exuded from his entire body was on a completely different level compared to the other Crimson Moon sect's disciples. I saw it clearly. His cultivation base should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above. Not only that, the thunder concept that he cast earlier should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above as well. Hongqing nodded his head. His sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. It did not leave the purple figure in the sky at all. It was as though he could not wait to kill him. Senior brother Hongqing, you mean? Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horn dragons just by relying on his origin energy and thunder concept? The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who asked earlier could not help but gasp. Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horn dragons. Such strength was truly shocking. Sect leader Ren, I'm really sorry that your sect has lost so many young powerhouses who were about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Guochong looked at Renji and smiled faintly. However, there was no trace of apology on his face at all. It was more like he was mocking him. Chapter 926. Master. At this moment, a person walked out from Crimson Moon sect. It was a young man with a strong body, and he came to Renji's side. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the purple figure in the sky far away. I want to fight him. A death duel. The young man's voice was filled with extreme coldness. It made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Its senior brother Hong Qing. Before Renji could react, many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up. When they looked at the young man, their eyes were filled with admiration. Senior brother Hong Qing is the sect leader's favorite disciple. He's only 38 years old, and his cultivation base has already entered the 9th level void interpretation. After he came out from the profound assimilation formation, he even comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept. Not only that, senior brother Hong Qing has also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. Even if he doesn't use any spirit weapon, he can unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. Since senior brother Hong Qing is going to fight, that boy will definitely die. Unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. He definitely doesn't dare to accept the challenge. The group of Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their voices spread out brazenly and entered the ears of the 5 element sect's people, causing their faces to turn pale. The young man standing next to Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, had actually comprehended the void transformation concept. Not only that, he was a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. Not only that, he had also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. The 9th level void interpretation martial artist's origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. The 1st level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Indeed, this Hong Qing could unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons even if he did not use any spirit weapon. Everyone from 5 element sect, including Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, and the other peak masters, had a solemn expression on their faces. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was a variant and could cast his innate ability to create that unpredictable illusion, they did not know that he was a variant. But they didn't know. With Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, would he be able to affect a 9th level void interpretation martial artist if he cast his innate ability? Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position if he could not influence them. After all, the Duan Lingtian in their eyes had only comprehended 9th level intermediate thunder concept and 3rd level intermediate wind concept. In terms of true strength, he was no match for Hong Qing of the Crimson Moon sect, the proud disciple of the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. When Hong Qing took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian, Renji's expression was still a little solemn as he carefully observed the changes in the expressions of Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, and the other high-ranking officials. This was because he did not know if the 5 element sect's disciple had held back when he killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. He would not allow his most valued disciple to take such a risk before he had a clear understanding of the other party's true strength. When he saw the slight change in Guochong and the others' expressions, he instantly realized that even Guochong and the others did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat his disciple. Good. Renji could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, the laughter finally stopped. Renji looked straight at Guochong and said coldly, "Guochong, weren't you very proud earlier? Now, this useless disciple of mine wants to challenge your 5 element sect's disciple. Does your 5 element sect dare to accept the challenge?" A 38-year-old man wants to challenge our 5 element sect's disciple who's not even 30 years old. Renji, your Crimson Moon sect is really shameless. Before Guochong could say anything, Tiangu could not help but snort coldly and mock him. "Shorty, I'm talking to Guochong. Since when is it your turn to interrupt?" Renji glanced at Tiangu in disdain and said nonchalantly, "What did you say?" Height had always been Tiangu's taboo. Usually in the 5 element sect and Earth Peak, nobody dared to mention the word short in front of him. Right now, someone had violated his taboo and openly exposed his scars. He was instantly enraged. The vast origin energy on his body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, Tiangu disappeared before the eyes of all the Five-Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. Of course, he did not really disappear. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for them to capture it with their naked eyes. How fast? Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, narrowed his eyes. This was his first time seeing Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, make a move. In his eyes, Tiangu had always been an inscription master with an unattractive appearance. Not only that, but he was also extremely short. It did not cross his mind that Tiangu's strength was actually at the 8th level void transformation stage as well. At this moment, with his spiritual energy that had been raised to the 1st level void transformation stage after his cultivation base had made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, he could easily detect Tiangu's cultivation base. After his spiritual energy had made a breakthrough to the 1st level void transformation stage, Duan Lingtian could already detect the cultivation base of all void transformation stage martial artists. For example, Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, were both at the 9th level void transformation stage. As for Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and Yufeng, the peak master of Water Peak, they were also at the 8th level void transformation stage just like Tiangu. Perhaps, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, he would not be able to detect Guochong, Qiyu, Cha Bai, and Yufeng since they were not inscription masters. However, the moment he tried to detect Tiangu, he would be immediately discovered by Tiangu. This was because Tiangu was an inscription master. Due to this reason, he had been holding himself back from detecting Tiangu earlier. It was only at this moment when Tiangu did not have the time to care about anything else that he extended his spiritual energy and detected Tiangu's cultivation base. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tiangu arrived in front of Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, in just a blink of an eye. Before all the young disciples from Five-Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect, including Duan Lingtian, could react, they heard a thunderous sound reverberating in the air. Boom! In the next instant, they saw Tiangu's short body was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 100 meters. Pooh! Tiangu's body trembled. His face turned red as he forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Horror dawned on Tianjin's face as he hastily stepped forward to check on Tiangu's injuries. Rinji! When Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, saw that Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, was injured, his face turned extremely grave. When he looked at Rinji again, his eyes were gleaming with an extremely cold gleam. Our Crimson Moon Sect provoked your Five-Element Sect first, and our people were killed by your people. We knew that we were in the wrong, so we didn't hold it against you. However, now that your people are provoking us instead, you can't hold it in anymore? Rinji glanced at Guochong nonchalantly and sneered. Guochong's face turned grave, but he did not make a move in the end. Just like what the other party had said, their Five-Element Sect was in the wrong this time. Of course, he knew very well in his heart. The reason why Crimson Moon Sect did not avenge the 7 Crimson Moon Sect disciples who were killed by Duan Lingtian was not because they were in the wrong. Instead, it was because they were worried that both sides would suffer great losses. The reason why he did not make a move was not because he felt that his side was in the wrong. Instead, he was worried that both sides would suffer great losses. Once both Five-Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect suffered great losses, the Sandstorm Sect, the last of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, would take advantage of the situation. Our Five-Element Sect really can't hold it in anymore. Just when the atmosphere became a little strange, a cold voice resonated in the air. It lifted the spirits of the Five-Element Sect's disciples as they looked at the source of the voice simultaneously. Peak Master? Duan Lingtian stood in the sky and looked down. He noticed that the person who spoke was none other than Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Qiyu stepped forward and stared at Rinji fearlessly. Qiyu? Have you recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago? Rinji looked at Qiyu and could not help but sneer. Qiyu, back then, you were widely acknowledged as a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Many people even said that you would become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you haven't fully recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago, right? I'm afraid your current strength is not as strong as it was 20 years ago, right? If you weren't injured more than 20 years ago, I might have been afraid of you. However, in my eyes now, you're no different from that short winter melon. When Renji reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Tiangu, who had just returned to stand behind Guochong. At once, Tiangu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Tianzhen, who was supporting Tiangu, turned pale as he glared at Renji. Right now, he hated himself for being too weak and unable to stand up for his father. Upon hearing Renji's words, all of the 5 Element Sects and Crimson Moon Sects disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked as they shifted their attention to Chiyu. It had never crossed their minds that this middle-aged man standing before them would have such a glorious past. He was a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the northern desert. He was once widely acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. I can't believe that the peak master has such a past. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. In fact, it was not only Duan Lingtian. The group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Huang Dainiu and Chen Wei, could not help but sigh as well. Similarly, they did not know about Chiyu's past. Whether I'm as strong as 20 years ago or not. Why don't you give it a try and find out? Chiyu, who had become the center of attention, said nonchalantly. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air from the eyes of all the 5 Element Sects and Crimson Moon Sects disciples, including Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. At this moment, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, seemed to have noticed something as his face turned solemn. All of a sudden, horror dawned on Renji's face. Chapter 927. Boom. A loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a series of continuous air explosions that reverberated like thunder. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads up to look at the source of the sound. There, a wave of blue energy collided with a wave of green energy. After the explosion, the airflow in the air was turbulent. The moment Chiyu and Renji, who were behind the dark blue energy, appeared, they disappeared before everyone's eyes again. At the same time, with the place where the 2 waves of energy collided as the center, a vast airwave was set off. The airwave swept out in all directions. Gusts of strong wind with an extremely oppressive force fell from the sky and pressed down on everyone's body. For a moment, other than the senior officials from 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect who were not affected. All of the 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were pressed down to a lower height. Some of the 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even plummeted. They only managed to stabilize themselves after falling for hundreds of meters. Once again, they struggled to rise up into the sky against the strong wind. What a powerful energy! Is that the energy of a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse? The group of 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were shocked. 9th-level advanced water concept and 9th-level advanced wind concept. However, it seems like they're holding back a little. Although he could not see Chiyu and Renji's movements clearly, Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, could still see some clues when the 2 waves of energy collided with each other. Finally, Chiyu and Renji's silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes again. Before the crowd could react, a vast amount of energy surged out from both of their bodies. It suddenly swept out and collided with each other violently. Boom! The energy of the collision this time was on a completely different level compared to the previous one. A terrifying air wave swept out, and a strong wind that blotted out the sky shrouded the ground. This time, even the 3 peak masters of 5 Element Sect and the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect had a solemn expression on their faces. A layer of origin energy rose from their bodies and completely shrouded their bodies, forcefully resisting the attack of the strong wind. I can't take it anymore. At this time, all of the Five Element Sect's disciples and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, fell down one after another. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they disappeared from the sky in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong wind that he couldn't resist, and it pressed down on him, making him fall straight down. Even if he cast other concepts appropriately, he still continued to fall. Other than the 9th level Advanced Water concept, the Peak Master has actually comprehended the 9th level Advanced Fire concept as well. He has comprehended both water and fire concepts at the same time. No wonder he was publicly acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of the scene he saw just before the strong wind came crashing down. Qiyu was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the void. In the past, although he had some guesses, he could not be 100% sure. However, at this moment, he was completely certain. The Peak Master has comprehended both water and fire concepts that counter each other. Not only that, but he has also comprehended both concepts to the 9th level Void Transformation concept. Even without the Profundity Fragment, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Experts at the peak of the Void stage who had only comprehended 2 types of 9th level Void Transformation concepts and whose 2 concepts were the Water concept and the Fire concept were the easiest to break through. Due to the fact that water and fire concepts countered each other, the 2 concepts would, to a certain extent, give the powerhouse at the peak of the void more pressure to comprehend the profundity. Once a powerhouse at the peak of the void comprehended the profundity, it was equivalent to obtaining a pass to enter the martial monarch stage. As long as his origin energy was further enhanced, he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered something else. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void. When he was fighting with Qiyu earlier, other than his 9th level Advanced Wind concept, he had also cast his 9th level Advanced Thunder concept. If that Renji is killed by the Peak Master will give me the 2 concept fragments that he left behind after his death. Duan Lingtian, who was being pushed down by the strong wind, thought happily in his heart. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. As long as he died, he would contribute a 9th level Wind concept fragment and a 9th level Thunder concept fragment to Duan Lingtian. These 2 concept fragments were useful to Duan Lingtian. They were much better than the Wind concept fragment and the Thunder concept fragment that he currently possessed. Qiyu, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe that after more than 20 years, not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you've even made a breakthrough and raised your strength to the peak of the void. A loud voice that was filled with dread resonated from the sky. At this moment, the strong wind that was blowing down from the sky earlier finally stopped, allowing all of the 5 Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, to rise to the sky again. After Duan Lingtian rose to the sky again, he glanced at Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, who was hovering even higher in the sky. Renji was the one who said those words to Qiyu. At this moment, Qiyu was hovering in the sky not far away from Renji, confronting him. He was neither happy nor angry. His face was calm, as though even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Today, for the sake of you, Qiyu, my Crimson Moon Sect will not be calculative with your 5 Element Sect. Let's go. Renji took a deep breath and found a way out for himself. At the same time, he was ready to lead the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect away. This Renji is afraid. Duan Lingtian, whose attention had always been on Renji, noticed a hint of dread in Renji's eyes. It was obvious that he was afraid of the current 5 Element Sect. When he thought about it, it made sense. In the 5 Element Sect, the sect leader, Guochong, must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Right now, there was another person, Qiyu. How could Renji not be afraid? Trying to leave? It's too late. Just when Renji was about to leave, Qiyu suddenly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Rinji's path. "Chi-yu, don't you dare cross the line." Horror dawned on Rinji's face. "Ha! Rinji, today, all of your Crimson Moon Sect's people will die here." Almost at the same time when Rinji's expression changed, a loud laughter reverberated in the air. It was Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned colder. "Guochong," Rinji's eyes narrowed. At once, he realized what Guochong wanted to do. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. This was because Chi-yu had made a move on him. In front of the group of Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, Chi-yu and Rinji disappeared again. "Leave those three old fellows to me. Cha Bai, Yu Fong, both of you lead the sect's disciples and kill the remaining Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. Tiangu, you're in charge of protecting the sect's disciples." Guochong's loud and clear voice reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder as he gave out his orders. "Today, we'll cut off the 4 most important pillars of Crimson Moon Sect and all the future pillars of Crimson Moon Sect. When we return, we'll kill our way to the Crimson Moon Sect's estate and completely erase their name from the eastern district of the northern desert." Guochong's words were filled with killing intent. His intention was clear. Today, he wanted everyone from Crimson Moon Sect to die here. Guochong's words immediately lit up the eyes of the Five Element Sect's people. "Crimson Moon Sect? It's over." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect and the remaining 13 disciples, including Hong Qing, were horrified. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They knew that the Five Element Sect was prepared to kill all of them from Crimson Moon Sect. "Run!" At the same time, Rinji, who was being chased by Chi-yu, took the time to shout out his order to the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect. Upon hearing Rinji's order, the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect no longer dared to hesitate. One by one, they fled in all directions. The current situation was obvious. The Five Element Sect had 2 powerhouses at the peak of the void. They could easily suppress Crimson Moon Sect. The group of people from Crimson Moon Sect, including the 3 vice sect leaders, dispersed and fled in all directions. One of the vice sect leaders was extremely fast and was the first to bear the brunt. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a small black dot in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing a gleam to flash across Duan Lingtian's eyes. 9th level void transformation stage. However, as long as the sect leader makes a move, before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, he saw the small black dot in the distance suddenly came to a halt and fell down. At the same time, he saw something else. After the 9th level void transformation vice sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed, Guochong appeared in front of the other 2 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect one after another and killed them as well. In front of a powerhouse at the peak of the void, an ordinary 9th level void transformation stage and 2 8th level void transformation stage powerhouses were like paper. They could not even withstand a single blow. After killing the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect, Guochong's body flashed and disappeared from the spot again to help Chi-yu. 2 powerhouses at the peak of the void who had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts would definitely kill another void powerhouse who had also comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Kill! 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 At this moment, a deafening battle cry entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw it. Under the lead of Cha Bai, Yu Fong, and Tiangu, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Huang Dainyu, and the rest of the 5 Element Sect's disciples began to surround and kill the remaining Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. In just a short moment, the group of Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who had lost their will to fight were mostly dead. Only a few of them were left. At the same time, a swift figure charged towards Duan Lingtian, causing his eyes to turn cold. Hong Qing. The person who came was none other than Hong Qing, the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. Since the 5 Element Sect destroyed my Crimson Moon Sect, I'll destroy you, the genius disciple of the 5 Element Sect. Chapter 928. Hong Qing was the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect. He was the pride of Crimson Moon Sect. Other than his strength that far surpassed his peers, he also had a clear mind and a calm judgment that allowed him to remain calm in the face of danger. When he saw Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak of Five Element Sect, demonstrating the strength at the peak of the void that was on par with his master, a sense of danger rose in his heart. The result was just as he had expected. His master and Qi Yu were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Guochong, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, was the only powerhouse at the peak of the void in Five Element Sect. Without his master's restraint, he easily killed the three vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect. The other Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were also surrounded and killed by the other three peak masters of Five Element Sect. When his master, Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, ordered them to flee, he did not flee because he knew it was impossible for him to do so. Once he fled, he would become an easy target to be hunted down. Just like that, he wandered around the battlefield. Finally, he saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. He recalled the scene where the purple-clad young man killed the 7 young disciples of Crimson Moon Sect with just a sword. When he thought of the purple-clad young man's age, he was instantly envious. He was not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation or above. He seemed to have comprehended the intermediate thunder concept at the 8th level or above. Without a spirit weapon, he could unleash the strength of more than 200 ancient horned dragons. When he was at this age, his strength was not even half of his opponent's. At the same time, he also realized that this purple-clad young man must be an important person in Five Element Sect. He must be someone that Five Element Sect would focus on cultivating. He might even be the next sect leader of Five Element Sect. For this reason, under the premise that he knew he would die today, he decided to kill Hong Qing when the other people's attention was not on him. He made up his mind. He would kill this purple-clad young man and destroy the future pillar of Five Element Sect. Die. When Hong Qing pounced toward Duan Lington, his eyes were bloodshot as though they were dyed with blood. A spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. Blazing flames rose from the saber and transformed into a flaming saber. Waves of sharp aura swept out along with it. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon rapidly took shape. Over 440 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. It was as if they intended to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Hong Qing was a martial artist at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage, and his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The spirit saber in his hand was a grade 2 spirit weapon. Based on the origin energy, it could increase one's strength by almost 80%. It was equivalent to the strength of over 90 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level intermediate fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Hong Qing's full strength was equivalent to the strength of over 440 ancient horned dragons. The flaming saber was in Hong Qing's hand. It pierced through the air like a shadow and attacked Duan Lington. Wherever it passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously for a long time. Wave after wave of heat waves swept out in all directions, transforming into waves of scorching strong winds that blew at many of the other Five Element Sect members, causing them to shudder and come to their senses one after another. *T. It's that Hong Qing. He's going to kill senior brother Ling Tian. One of the Five Element Sect's disciples who reacted the fastest hastily shouted. At once, the remaining 18 Five Element Sect's disciples, including the 2 peak masters of the Five Element Sect, turned pale. Duan Lington. Huang Daniu had just killed a Crimson Moon Sect's disciple when he heard the voice. He hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw that Hong Qing's flaming saber was so close to Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Damn it! I didn't notice that Hong Qing. Other than Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had a cold expression on his face, Yu Fang, the peak masters of Water Peak and Tiangu, the peak masters of Earth Peak, were horrified when they saw this scene. However, it was too late for them to rescue him even if they wanted to. Hong Qing's flaming saber was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian, the Nangong brothers, Tan Huan, Tiangu, and the other 5 element sect's disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Lingtian's innate ability would work on Hong Qing. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll avenge the 7 senior and junior brothers of my Crimson Moon sect. Avenge my Crimson Moon sect. Killing you is equivalent to severing an arm of the 5 element sect. When Hong Qing charged towards Duan Lingtian, his voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears mercilessly. It was filled with madness, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Looking at the flaming saber that was so close to him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This flaming saber that was extremely fast in the eyes of others seemed to be extremely slow in front of him, causing him to still have the mood to respond to Hong Qing's voice transmission. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Just with this mere strength of 440 over ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice transmission pierced into Hong Qing's ears, causing his face to change slightly. You're deliberately mystifying me. Hong Qing shouted loudly. The blazing flame on the flaming saber in his hand soared up and enveloped Duan Lingtian. If this were to happen, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die. The flaming saber slashed through the air like a stroke of God. It set off flames that filled the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. When many 5 element sect's disciples saw Duan Lingtian being enveloped by the flames that gushed out from the flaming saber, they could not help but close their eyes one by one. They were unwilling to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's blood splattering all over the place. However, in the next moment, the sound of air exploding that was set off by the flaming saber suddenly stopped. Out of curiosity, they could not help but open their eyes. When they looked into the distance, their eyes narrowed instantly. Their faces were filled with disbelief as though they had seen something that they would never forget in their entire lives. This, from Cha Bai, Yufang, and Tiangu, the peak masters of fire, water, and earth, to Huang Dainyu, Chen Wei, the Nangong brothers, Tan Huan, Tianjin, and the other 5 element sect's disciples, all of them were dumbfounded. Goodness! What did they just see? In the distance, Hong Qing was still there. The flaming saber was still there. However, the waves of flames that accompanied the descent of the flaming saber were forcefully pushed back by a terrifying force that rose out of nowhere. This, at the same time, Guochong and Qiyu, who had just joined forces to kill Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, happened to witness this scene. They could not help but be stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple-clad young man stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing purple flame that followed Feng Qingyang. At this moment, a wave of khaki energy rose around the purple flame. Bolts of purple lightning that looked like snakes flashed within it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Not only that, but there was also an extremely sharp aura that rose up from the purple flame. From afar, it looked like a gigantic sword that was flying across the sky. There were even spots of sword-shaped energy swirling around it. However, these were not what attracted the attention of the people present. What really attracted the attention of the people present was the hand that the purple-clad young man raised. His hand was placed horizontally in front of his glabella as he forcefully clasped the spirit saber that was burning with flames that was close to him between 2 of his fingers. The 2 fingers were like pillars that supported the sky, causing the spirit saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons to be unable to move forward at all. He caught the saber with his bare hands. At once, the group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side felt their scalps go numb. Lingtian, senior brother Lingtian caught Hong Qing's spirit saber with his bare hands? Hong Qing is a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber, and he has even comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept and 2nd level intermediate saber concept. His full strength is equivalent to the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons. However, he was still stopped by senior brother Ling Tian. Not only that, he stopped it with 2 fingers. While the group of 5 element sect's disciples were discussing animatedly, many of them could not help but gasp. To be able to catch a saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons with his bare hands, how powerful was the person who caught the saber? The heaven and earth phenomenon above senior brother Ling Tian's head has solidified. It was unknown who called out. At once, everyone from 5 element sect, including the group of senior officials, stared at the sky above Duan Lingtian's head. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had gathered there clearly entered their eyes. There was a total of 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. These 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were separated in a regular pattern. At least, in the eyes of Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. As powerhouses at the peak of the void, their eyesight was not something that ordinary people could compare to. They could see that. The 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were divided into 200 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, and 100 silhouettes. This Duan Lingtian, he has actually made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Guochong was shocked. He could not help but look at Qiyu who was next to him. I don't know when he made a breakthrough to the first level void transformation stage. Logically speaking, those 2 spirit fruits should not be enough for him to make a breakthrough from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void interpretation. Qiyu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Guochong's gaze shifted to the purple figure in the distance again, and he sighed. It's fine if it's just the 1st level void transformation stage. But this little fellow has not only comprehended the 9th level intermediate thunder concept, but he has also comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept and the 9th level intermediate sword concept. With such a level of comprehension, how can he possibly let others live? When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of bitterness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He's a complete little monster. Qiyu smiled wryly. Do you still think that I'm deliberately mystifying him? Chapter 929. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hongqing snapped back to reality. Fear could be seen in his eyes, and he could not even finish his sentence. He tried his best to retrieve the spirit saber, but he realized that the spirit saber was held in the hands of the purple-clad young man in front of him. It was as though it had grown roots and could not be moved at all. You're a void transformation martial artist? Hongqing gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes as he asked in a trembling voice, Don't you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian did not answer Hongqing. Instead, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he replied with a question. In Hongqing's eyes, the bright smile on Duan Lingtian's face was no different from a devil's smile. Soon, Hongqing's eyes that were filled with fear flashed. He no longer dared to hesitate and let go of his hand that was holding the spirit saber. After Hongqing threw away the grade 2 spirit saber, he turned around and fled as fast as lightning. Seeing Hongqing's silhouette was getting further and further away, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. He had no intention of chasing after him. His hand that was holding the spirit saber with only 2 fingers had already grasped the spirit saber in his hand and weighed it lightly. Why didn't senior brother Ling Tian chase after him? Don't tell me that senior brother Ling Tian wants to let Hongqing go? Many of the 5 element sect's disciples were puzzled. Only the 5 element sect's senior officials looked at the spirit saber in Duan Lingtian's hand thoughtfully. That was the grade 2 spirit saber that Hongqing left behind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. His hand that was holding the grade 2 spirit saber suddenly lifted up and stretched backward. It was as though it had transformed into a strong bow. It was so tight that the muscles on his back began to tremble slightly. Soon, the grade 2 spirit saber was covered with a layer of khaki energy. It was surrounded by streaks of purple lightning, and it was emitting a fierce aura. The originally quiet 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head suddenly became restless. Moreover, another 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air beside the 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Saber. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The Grade 2 Spirit Saber that contained all his strength left his hand. It was like an arrow that was shot out from a powerful bow. Its speed was so fast that it was terrifying. The Grade 2 Spirit Saber shot out swiftly along with the 650 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. Their speed was much faster than Hongqing, who had fled first. While Hongqing was fleeing, the heaven and earth energy above his head transformed into 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Now, the Grade 2 Spirit Saber not only contained Duan Lingtian's strength, but it also contained the amplification power of the Grade 2 Spirit Saber. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as his. With such a difference, the result was obvious. The Grade 2 Spirit Saber caught up with Hongqing in just a moment and pierced through his back. The white saber went in, and the red saber came out. It pierced through Hongqing's body and killed him. Senior brother Ling Tian is so powerful. I knew it. How could senior brother Ling Tian let Hongqing go? As it turns out, he didn't even bother to chase after Hongqing. He only threw the saber out and killed Hongqing. Hongqing said senior brother Ling Tian is a void interpretation martial artist? When senior brother Ling Tian threw out the Grade 2 Spirit Saber, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had an amplification of 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength contained in his origin energy should be equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. It seems like senior brother Ling Tian is already a first-level void transformation martial artist. After they saw that Duan Lingtian was a first-level void transformation martial artist, the group of 5 element sect's disciples could not help but be shocked. Duan Lingtian, when did you make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Huang Daniu rushed to the front of Duan Lingtian and sized up Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he finally asked in disbelief. He remembered that Duan Lingtian was only at the 9th level void interpretation before they departed. They had only traveled for a month and Duan Lingtian had already made a breakthrough? And he had even made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? I just made a breakthrough a few days ago. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile. Although Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised that he had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage a few days ago, he was not surprised at all. One must know that before he left the 5-element sect, the bottleneck to the first-level void transformation in his body was already very loose. He only needed to put in a little more effort to make a breakthrough. During this journey, he would still cultivate a little when he had free time. It just so happened that he had made the final breakthrough a few days ago. The origin energy in his body transformed like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate and made a breakthrough to the first-level void transformation in one go. That's right. When senior brother Ling Tian made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Other than the thunder concept, it seems like there's also the earth concept. It's not just the earth concept. It seems like there's also the sword concept. 3 concepts combined and it's equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Ling Tian's strength is really terrifying. Soon, the group of 5 element sect's disciples began to make a ruckus again. Duan Lingtian, Hu Fei stood inconspicuously at the side as he stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. However, there was also a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape from death. I can't touch you in the open. Then I'll do it in the dark. When we reach Emperor Wu's secret treasure, all the young powerhouses from the major sects will swarm in. I don't believe that you'll be able to defeat all of them. As if he had thought of something, a wicked smile crept up on the corner of Hu Fei's mouth. He had a plan to deal with Duan Lingtian in his heart. He believed that as long as this plan was carried out successfully, even if Duan Lingtian had 10 lives, it would still not be enough for him to survive. Duan Lingtian immediately noticed Hu Fei's gaze that was as venomous as a snake's. His expression turned grave as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This Hu Fei is really like a haunting ghost. I'll definitely kill him once I find an opportunity in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Hu Fei gave Duan Lingtian a very uncomfortable feeling. This feeling was no different from Zi Shang in the past. Perhaps this kind of person could not do anything to him in the open, but it would be impossible for him to guard against them when they were secretly plotting against him. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he had already sentenced Hu Fei to death. This Duan Lingtian is really insane. Nangong Yi and his brother stood in the distance. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi could not help but curse. Naturally, there was no malicious intent in his tone. Even though Nangong Yi did not say anything, his eyes were still gleaming brightly. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a bright lamp that lit up the direction for him to move forward. Since this Duan Lingtian can make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, it means that he has at least comprehended one type of void transformation concept. While the 5-element sect's disciples were marveling at Duan Lingtian's strength, the group of 5-element sect's senior officials could not help but recall the 3 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian cast earlier. None of the 3 types of concepts was the void transformation concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian's strength to only be at the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, they obtained a shocking fact. Duan Lingtian is still concealing another type of void transformation concept. Cha Bai, the peak masters of Fire Peak, Yu Fong and Tian Gu, the peak masters of Water Peak, looked at each other. All of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was especially true for Cha Bai. After he recovered from the shock, his face turned ghastly pale. In the end, he took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind about something. Hu Fei. Then, Cha Bai looked at his direct disciple, Hu Fei, and said solemnly through voice transmission, "From this moment onward, forget about the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian. You can't afford to offend him." Initially, Hu Fei was still proud of his plan. However, when he heard Cha Bai's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. Before he could reply, Cha Bai's voice continued to enter his ears. "I suspect that this Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he attacked earlier. It's very likely that he has comprehended another type of void transformation concept." Void transformation concept. Cha Bai's words caused Hu Fei's expression to change slightly. Void transformation concept? In the beginning, Hu Fei still could not believe it. He thought that his master had made a mistake. However, after Cha Bai's explanation, he had no choice but to believe it even if he did not want to. "Yes, master? I won't take the initiative to offend him in the future." Hu Fei took a deep breath and replied to Cha Bai. However, even though he said so, he did not think so in his heart. "Duan Lingtian, so what if you've really comprehended the void transformation concept? When you become the target of public criticism in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you'll still die for sure." When Hu Fei thought of this, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Asking him to let go of Duan Lingtian? Impossible. Unless he died. Naturally, Cha Bai was unaware of Hu Fei's thoughts. However, when he heard Hu Fei's promise, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He knew that the current Duan Lingtian was someone that even he would have to think twice before offending, let alone his disciple, Hu Fei. Unless he could completely kill Duan Lingtian to prevent any future troubles. Otherwise, what awaited him would be endless revenge from Duan Lingtian in the future. "Duan Lingtian, you've really hidden your strength well." High up in the sky, 2 silhouettes disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already not far away from Duan Lingtian. Guochong stared deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. "Take it." At this moment, Chi Yu, who was standing next to Guochong, lifted his head and shot out 2 rays of light towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hurriedly reached out his hand to catch them. When he lowered his head, he realized that they were 2 concept fragments. 2 concept fragments. One was green while the other was purple. The color was extremely deep. It was obvious that the level was not low. Are these the 2 concept fragments in the body of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect? Chapter 930. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. He had comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept and the 9th level advanced thunder concept. For this reason, the 2 concept fragments in his body were the 9th level wind concept fragment and the 9th level thunder concept fragment. Both of them were top-notch concept fragments. They could be considered as priceless treasures. With these 2 concept fragments, Duan Lingtian could quickly raise his wind concept and thunder concept to the 9th level advanced stage. At that time, the next step would be to comprehend the profundity. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Chiyu. This surprise was just too great. At the same time, when the gazes of the other 3 Peak Masters and the group of disciples from the 5-element sect landed on Duan Lingtian, hints of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. Those were 2 9th level concept fragments after all. Even the 5-element sect only had a few pieces of such concept fragments. However, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 of them. Of course, although they were envious and jealous, none of them said anything. Put aside the fact that those were Chiyu's spoils of war, he could distribute them as he wished. Even if they belonged to the sect, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed that far surpassed the group of young disciples from 5-element sect, he was still qualified for the sect to bestow these 2 concept fragments to him. Junior brother Chiyu, you've hidden your strength even better than Duan Lingtian. If you had told me earlier that you've already reached the peak of the void, I wouldn't have been so afraid of Renji earlier. At this moment, Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian and stared at Chiyu who was next to him. He could not help but sigh. If he had known earlier that Chiyu was a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he would have made his move immediately when the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect appeared. As one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert, the enmity between the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon Sect had been going on for thousands of years. The 2 major sects were always thinking about annihilating each other. However, due to the fact that the 2 major sects had always been on par with each other, none of them had ever been able to gain the upper hand. Currently, Chiyu had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concept and reached the peak of the void. It could be said that he had broken the balance between the 2 major forces. 5-element sect and Crimson Moon Sect's 3 vice sect leaders had easily killed Renji and killed the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect as well. The moment Guochong opened his mouth, everyone from 5-element sect shifted their gaze from Duan Lingtian to Chiyu as though they had discussed this beforehand. At this moment Chiyu used peak, sect leaders of 5 sect leader, I didn't expect Peak Master Chiyu to be so strong. From today onwards, Peak Master Chiyu is no longer the 2nd strongest person in our 5-element sect. He's now a peak void stage expert who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader, and he's qualified to be ranked as the strongest person in our 5-element sect. The people from Crimson Moon Sect are really unlucky. Especially that sect leader Renji of Crimson Moon Sect. He had been provoking our 5-element sect since the beginning. In the end, he became even more fearless. Later on, when he found out that Peak Master Chiyu was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void, I still remember the expression on his face clearly. I saw it as well. It was an extremely fearful and horrified expression. Before he died, I'm afraid he was regretting provoking our 5-element sect. Now that the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect is dead, Crimson Moon Sect will only exist in name. After we return from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, sect leader and the others will definitely wipe Crimson Moon Sect off the face of Cloud Continent. Each of the 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Excitement could be seen on their faces as they held their heads high. Peak stage void. Many people looked at Chiyu with eyes full of admiration and admiration. The other 3 peak masters of 5-element sect, Cha Bai, Yu Fong, and Tiangu, looked at Chiyu with a complicated gaze. They did not expect Chiyu's strength to be so terrifying. When they recalled how the three of them treated Would Peak in the past, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Chiyu did not make a fuss about it at that time. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Chiyu at all. A peak stage void powerhouse was just too terrifying. That was an existence that had half a foot in the martial monarch stage. The two types of 9th-level void interpretation concepts that Chiyu comprehended are the water concept and fire concept. Even if the sect's disciples don't manage to obtain the profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Yu Feng glanced at Cha Bai and Tian Gu before speaking to them through voice transmission. After being reminded by Yu Feng, Cha Bai and Tian Gu finally remembered. When Chiyu fought with Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, he had cast the 9th-level Advanced Water concept and 9th-level Advanced Fire concept. Perhaps he might be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage earlier than sect leader and become a martial monarch powerhouse in one fell swoop. Tian Gu sucked in a cold breath. Peak Master Chiyu, congratulations. At once, Yu Feng and Tian Gu exchanged glances before looking at Chiyu in unison. They congratulated him for achieving the peak stage void strength. Congratulations. Even Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak who had always been at odds with Chiyu, put aside his pride and congratulated Chiyu. There was no lack of subservience in his words. Hu Fei, look at the expression on your face. It's as if your parents have just died. Do you regret betraying our Wood Peak? Suddenly, a burst of laughter resonated in the air. It was Huang Daniu looking at Hu Fei, who was standing in the distance with a grave expression on his face. Hu Fei's expression changed drastically when Huang Daniu exposed his thoughts in front of so many people. He glared at Huang Daniu angrily, but he did not dare to say anything harsh. Put aside the fact that Huang Daniu and Duan Lingtian were quite close, even if it was Huang Daniu himself, he would not dare to provoke him. Perhaps, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, Huang Daniu had to rely on the earth energy to defeat him. However, right now, Huang Daniu could still defeat him easily even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Previously, when Huang Daniu came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had already comprehended the 9th-level advanced earth concept. When he fought with the people from Crimson Moon Sect earlier, he even displayed a cultivation base that was not any weaker than his. At that time, he already knew that the current Huang Daniu could easily defeat him even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Duan Lincoln, Hu Fei's face turned grave when he felt the mocking gazes from the surroundings landing on him. His eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Until now, he still believed that it was Duan Lingtian who had caused him to lose his chance to reap any benefits from the profound assimilation formation. Idiot! When Duan Lingtian noticed Hu Fei's gaze, he could vaguely guess what was going on in Hu Fei's mind. He glanced at Hu Fei coldly and sent his voice transmission into Hu Fei's ears. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face right away. In a fit of anger, his internal organs trembled as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is this Hu Fei spitting out blood? He must be regretting his decision after seeing the strength that Peak Master Chiyu displayed and how powerful Wood Peak is now. Looks like he's angry at himself for making such a stupid decision. So what if he's angry? An ingrate is still an ingrate after all. Even though the group of 5 element sect's disciples were whispering, they did not intentionally lower their voices. Every single word entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing him to be so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's continue our journey. When Guocheng noticed that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face, he wanted to help him, so he called out to the others and took the lead to fly forward. At once, the 5 element sect's disciples followed closely behind him. We're not there yet? After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked down at the hills below his feet. There are quite a lot of people there. Don't tell me that the secret treasure that Emperor Wu left behind is there? Suddenly, a surprised voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was a 5 element sect's disciple who exclaimed as he pointed to the front. His voice was filled with excitement. Many of the 5 element sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, followed his gaze when they heard his voice. In front of them, after bypassing a towering mountain forest, a gigantic valley appeared before their eyes. Above the valley, there were two groups of people standing in the air. There were more than 20 people in each of the two groups. It was similar to the 5-element sect's disciples. There's a group of bald heads there. Don't tell me they're from the Empyrean Temple, one of the 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert. In the entire northern desert, only the Empyrean Temple has so many bald monks. When Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many monks wearing kasayas with rings on their heads in the group, many of the 5-element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Empyrean Temple, Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and that little monk. Very soon, Duan Lingtian found 3 familiar figures among the group of people who were mostly bald. They were the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple whom he had met in the Skywolf Fort. Abbot Hui Kong, long time no see. How have you been? The 5-element sect's group flew over and attracted the attention of the Empyrean Temple's group and another group of people. Guochong was the first to look at the Empyrean Temple's group. His gaze landed on the old monk who was leading the group. The old monk had 9 rings on his head. His 2 white eyebrows were bent down, making him look kind and amiable. He was the abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple was also the highest leader of the Empyrean Temple. Amitba, sect leader Gua, this humble monk greets you. Hui Kong squinted his eyes and looked at Guochong. He clasped his palms together in a respectful manner. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, an exclamation resonated from the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, attracting many people's attention. Subsequently, everyone saw a monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple who had not shaved his head staring at one of the 5-element sect's disciples. It was a purple-clad young man. There's actually someone from the Empyrean Temple who knows Senior Brother Lingtian? Senior Brother Lingtian is really amazing. Even the people from the Empyrean Temple in the southern of the northern desert know him. Chapter 931. When he heard someone calling his name, and it was not Hui Ming, Hui Jing, or the little monk, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly curious. At the same time, he glanced at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a somewhat familiar figure, as if he had seen it before. Ochin. When he saw the young man standing among the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. He finally recalled the identity of this Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had met the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Darchu dynasty, Ochin. He still remembered that Ochin was the first young genius from the 10 great dynasties who chose to enter the Empyrean Temple after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. When he saw the young genius from the 10 great dynasties here, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Duan Lingtian? Ochen's voice had also alarmed Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk beside them. For a moment, their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian as well. They were rather surprised that Duan Lingtian did not appear among the group of people from the 5-element sect. According to their knowledge, after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, Duan Lingtian seemed to have entered the Blade sect. Logically speaking, he should have come with the people from the Blade sect. However, now, before the people from the Blade sect had arrived, Duan Lingtian had appeared. Moreover, he had come with the people from the 5-element sect. The 5-element sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. This was something that they knew. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. A familiar voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears through voice transmission. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian recognized the voice of the young monk standing beside Hui Ming and Hui Jing. Yes, we meet again. However, until now, I still don't know how to address you. Duan Lingtian looked at the young monk with a calm expression as he replied via voice transmission. I'm called Xian Bei. The young monk continued to speak through voice transmission. Xian Bei? I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian replied again. Don't forget, we still have a promise between us. Xian Bei said again. Of course I didn't forget. Duan Lingtian replied. He still remembered that Xian Bei had once issued a challenge to him during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, he had accepted the challenge without any hesitation. However, up until now, that challenge had yet to be realized. That's good. Xian Bei nodded with satisfaction. So your young benefactor Duan? I've heard so much about you. Just when most of the people's gazes were on Duan Ling Tian, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded. It shocked many people to the point that they were dumbstruck. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at Duan Ling Tian and greeted Duan Ling Tian with his palms together. You are too polite, abbot. When Duan Ling Tian saw Hui Kong, the leader of one of the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert, taking the initiative to greet him, although he was surprised, he did not find it strange. Presumably, Hui Ming and Hui Jing had already told Hui Kong everything about him. In Hui Ming and Hui Jing's eyes, he was a variant who knew how to cast his innate ability. In terms of innate ability and strength, he was far superior to ordinary martial artists. The reason why Hui Kong greeted him was probably more because he was a variant. There was no other meaning behind it. Only a few people were surprised when O Chen greeted Duan Ling Tian. However, when Hui Kong took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian and even said something like, "I've heard so much about you," it shocked everyone present. Who was Hui Kong? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, a powerhouse at the peak of the void. However, such an existence took the initiative to greet a 5-element sect's disciple who appeared to be only 25 years old. They could not help but be shocked. Even Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, could not help but turn pale with fright. He knew Hui Kong, this old monk, very well. He knew that if it was not someone that Hui Kong took a fancy to, it was absolutely impossible for Hui Kong to take the initiative to greet him. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had caught Hui Kong's eye. Abbot Hui Kong, you've heard of Duan Ling Tian before? Guochong could not help but ask Hui Kong curiously. Yes. Hui Kong nodded lightly and then said, although I don't know how little benefactor Duan joined the 5-element sect, the 5-element sect will be like a tiger that has grown wings with little benefactor Duan's help this time. Congratulations, sect leader Gua. Ha! You have a good eye, Abbot Hui Kong. Guochong could not help but laugh when he heard this. He was still very confident in Duan Ling Tian's strength. Now, among the younger generation of the 5-element sect, as long as Duan Ling Tian claimed to be second, there was absolutely no one who dared to claim to be first. Of course, there were still many people in the Empyrean Temple who looked at Duan Ling Tian with a doubtful expression. They really could not figure out why such a young man who looked to be only 25 years old would receive such exaggerated praise from their Empyrean Temple's abbot. Could the abbot have made a mistake? Just him alone will make the 5-element sect like a tiger that has grown wings? Many of the Empyrean Temple's secular disciples whispered to each other and expressed their doubts. What 5-element sect, Empyrean Temple? Looks like there's really no one left in your 2 great forces. A little kid who's not even 30 years old can be regarded as a treasure by all of you? How laughable! A cold snort that was filled with disdain, accompanied by a voice that was neither loud nor soft, resonated from the group of people in the distance. Everyone from the 5-element sect and the Empyrean Temple, including Duan Ling Tian, could not help but look over when they heard the voice. They discovered that the person who spoke was the leader of the group of people, an old man in black clothes. The old man's face was cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as though there were wisps of terrifying cold gleams flashing in them, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. Similar to the old man, the other 4 old men behind him and the remaining 20 young men and women were also dressed in black. There was a badge pinned on each of their chests. The badge on the chest of the old man in the lead was a blazing sun. The badge on the chest of the 4 old men who stood side by side behind him was a bright moon. As for the remaining 20 young men and women, the badge on their chests was a star. One of the 2 great forces in the western district of the northern desert, the Sun-Moon sect? Guochong muttered to himself when he saw the attire of the group of people in front of him. His gaze then shifted to the old man in the lead and asked, "You must be the sect leader of the Sun-Moon sect, right?" "That's right. It's me, the sect leader." The old man replied nonchalantly. How should I address you, sect leader? Guocheng asked again. Qinfeng. The old man replied impatiently. Sect leader Qinfeng. Guocheng nodded before asking again. Earlier, you said there's no one left in our five-element sect? Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, isn't that the case? Only your five-element sect and Empyrean temple would treat a young boy like a treasure. In our Sun-Moon sect, a disciple of this age is not qualified to leave the sect. Young boy? It seems like you're looking down on this disciple of our five-element sect, sect leader Chen Feng. I wonder how many of the 20 young disciples from your sect are confident in defeating him? Guocheng asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes and a smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Guocheng's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew the sect leader was going to use him as a tool to trick the sect leader of Sun-Moon sect and the group of Sun-Moon sect's disciples. Although Duan Lingtian did not like being used as a tool, he did not know why he did not resist at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because the sect leader of Sun-Moon sect, Chen Feng, had used him as a topic to provoke the five-element sect and Empyrean temple. Defeat him? Upon hearing Guocheng's words, Chen Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. After sizing him up for a while, he could not help but scoff. A young boy like this can be easily defeated by any young disciple from our Sun-Moon sect. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try? Guocheng's eyes that were narrowed suddenly opened. The smile on his face grew wider as he asked bluntly. Guocheng's straightforwardness stunned Chen Feng. He could vaguely sense that something was amiss. Sect leader Chen Feng, don't tell me you're afraid? Guocheng smiled. It was a smile filled with contempt. Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Feng was enraged by Guocheng. He shouted coldly before he turned to look at one of the Sun-Moon sect's disciples. Lu Kai, come out and meet that young boy from Five-Element sect. The Sun-Moon sect's disciple who was called out was a young man who looked about 35 years old. He was skinny and had a cold expression on his face. Coupled with his black clothes, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. The moment Lu Kai heard Qin Feng's words, he immediately flew out. His emotionless eyes instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. Just a glance from the other party was enough to make him feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. It was obvious that the other party's strength was extraordinary. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the other party's cultivation base. 9th level void interpretation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Chen Feng would actually be so cautious. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately asked a young disciple from Sun-Moon sect who was at the 9th level void interpretation to come out and fight him. The strength of this young disciple was most likely one of the best among the 20 young disciples in Sun-Moon sect. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Lu Kai. His face was calm and did not show any emotion at all. At this moment, no matter if it was the Five-Element sect's disciples, the Empyrean temple's disciples, or the Sun-Moon sect's disciples, all of them were staring at the two people who were standing opposite each other without blinking. They were anticipating the battle between the two of them. Sect leader Chen Feng, this is the first time we've met each other. Why don't we each put up some prizes for our disciples sparring? Guocheng looked at Chen Feng when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai were about to fight. That's exactly what I want. Chen Feng sneered when he heard Guocheng's words. Chapter 932. 9th Level Sword Concept Fragment. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words and seeing the concept fragment in his hand, many people from Five-Element sect and Empyrean temple were shocked. They did not expect the sect leader of Sun-Moon sect to be so daring. A 9th level concept fragment was considered extremely precious even to the forces they belonged to. After all, the forces they belonged to were merely third-rate forces on Cloud Continent. The most powerful one among them was only a person who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. The ninth-level concept fragments in the hands of the forces they belonged to were either left behind by their ancestors who had died of old age or obtained by killing martial artists who had comprehended the ninth-level void transformation concept. For a third-rate force, it was not an easy task to kill a martial artist who had comprehended the ninth-level void transformation concept. However, Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, had taken out a ninth-level sword concept fragment as the wager for the battle between Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, and Duan Lingtian, the five-element sect's disciple. As long as Duan Lingtian won, he would lose this ninth-level sword concept fragment to the five-element sect. Sect leader Chen Feng is so daring. When Guochong, the sect leader of five-element sect, saw Chen Feng taking out a ninth-level sword concept fragment as the wager, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. "What? Sect leader Guo, are you satisfied with the wager that I took out?" When Chen Feng saw the surprise on Guochong's face, he thought Guochong was frightened by him. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. "Stingy!" Before Guochong could open his mouth, an unbridled voice broke the temporary silence at the scene. It said that Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, was stingy. Stingy? He took out a ninth-level concept fragment as the wager and was called stingy? Who was so arrogant? At once, everyone from the three major forces shifted their attention to the source of the voice. A young man in purple clothes was standing there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy? Many people from the Empyrean Temple widened their eyes in shock, disbelief written all over their faces. In their opinion, a ninth-level concept fragment was something extraordinary even in the eyes of the sect leader of five-element sect, let alone a mere five-element sect's disciple. In the face of a person who took out a ninth-level concept fragment as a wager, even the sect leader of the five-element sect would not be able to say that the other party was stingy. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? That's a ninth-level concept fragment. I think he's deliberately saying this to make things difficult for the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. No matter what the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect offers, he can always say that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy. At that time, he can use this as an excuse to not make a move. If that's really the case, then this Duan Lingtian from the Five Elements sect is really too sinister. Many of the Empyrean Temple's lay disciples were whispering. Although their voices were not loud, everyone present could hear them clearly. The Five Element sect's disciples scoffed at the words of these Empyrean Temple's lay disciples and did not take them seriously. They knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. It was absolutely impossible for him to back down in front of a mere Sun Moon sect's disciple, let alone back down in such a roundabout way. What's Duan Lingtian doing? The sect leader of Sun Moon Sect took out a ninth-level concept fragment, and he actually said that the other party is stingy? Huang Daniu, Nengong Yi, Tan Huan, Tianjin, and the others looked at each other. They could see the same doubt in each other's eyes. The Peak Masters of Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak also had a puzzled look on their faces. Only Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had a smile on his face as though he had understood something. It was as though he had guessed what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. This little fellow is really greedy. Guochong was stunned at first. Then, as though he had recalled something, he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian's back without saying anything. Ridiculous! How dare he say that our sect leader is stingy? That's a ninth-level concept fragment we're talking about. You're just a brat from Five Element Sect. This must be your first time seeing it, right? Many Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally regained their senses and glared at Duan Lingtian as they mocked him. If you're so capable, take out a ninth-level concept fragment as well, or take out something more valuable. Otherwise, you're just a coward who doesn't dare to fight with senior brother Lu Kai. Ask him to take out a ninth-level concept fragment? I think he won't be able to take it out even if we kill him. In my opinion, he's just afraid of senior brother Lu Kai. That's why he's looking for an excuse to avoid the battle with senior brother Lu Kai. The group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Duan Lingtian, a Five Element Sect's disciple. In their opinion, How strong could a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old be, even if he had a high innate talent and comprehension ability? As Qin Feng raised his hand, the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally quieted down. However, their eyes were still filled with disdain when they looked at Duan Lingtong. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. Are you saying that I'm stingy? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Aren't you? Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear the mockery from the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples. When he heard Qin Feng's question, he replied in a matter-of-fact manner, as the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, you only took out a 9th-level concept fragment as the wager. Don't you think you're stingy? Humph. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed sharply as he snorted. The 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand is just the first wager that I took out. If sect leader Gua thinks it's not enough, I can add in some other wagers. Of course it's not enough. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, let alone our sect leader, even I, a nobody from the 5-element sect, feel that the wager you took out is not enough. You also said that you're a nobody? Do you think you can represent the sect leader of your 5-element sect? Qin Feng sneered. Of course, I can't represent our sect leader. However, I can wager with you myself. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said word by word. You want to wager with me yourself? When Qin Feng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be stunned. Ha! What a joke! This 5-element sect brat said that he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. Does he really think that a 9th-level concept fragment is a cabbage? First, he said that our sect leader is stingy. Now, he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. I really want to see what he can take out to wager with our sect leader. The Sun Moon Sect's disciples became restless again. Each of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on their faces, waiting for Duan Lingtian to make a fool of himself. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. If he can't take out something that's worth more than the 9th-level sword concept fragment now, he's going to make a fool of himself. He's definitely going to make a fool of himself. The group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples shook their heads and looked at Duan Lingtian with pity on their faces. The abbot of Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, stood at the side and stared at Duan Lingtian kindly. Even though Duan Lingtian had made such a boast, he did not seem surprised at all. On the other hand, many of the 5-element sect's disciples laughed. They did not know anything else. However, when it came to 9th-level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian did not lack them at all. In fact, he had just obtained 2 of them not too long ago. They came from Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect who was killed. That's right. I'll wager with you myself. Duan Lingtian looked straight at Qin Feng and nodded solemnly. Boy, do you know the value of this 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand? Let me tell you, not everything is as valuable as this concept fragment in my hand. Qin Feng weighed the fragment in his hand and said mockingly, I don't know about other things, but I know that the combined value of these 2 things definitely surpasses the value of the 9th-level sword concept fragment in your hand. In the face of Qin Feng's mockery, Duan Lingtian remained calm. With a raise of his hand, 2 fragments appeared in his hand. One of them was green while the other was purple. Regardless of whether it was the green or purple fragment, the color was so deep that it would cause one to be shocked at first glance. Sect leader Qin Feng, what do you think? Duan Lingtian weighed the 2 fragments in his hand and smiled faintly. 9th-level wind concept fragment. 9th-level thunder concept fragment. When Qin Feng's eyes were completely attracted by the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand, horror dawned on the few Sun Moon Sect's vice-sect leaders standing behind Qin Feng as they exclaimed in surprise. It's really the 9th-level wind concept fragment and the 9th-level thunder concept fragment. At the Empyrean Temple's side, Hui Jing could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's unrestrained behavior had made him break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. He felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be humiliated in front of so many people. However, at this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian only dared to behave in such a manner because he had a card up his sleeve. This could be seen from the fact that he casually took out 2 9th-level concept fragments. Those are really two ninth-level concept fragments? The group of Sun-Moon sect's disciples' faces that were filled with mockery froze completely. Their faces flushed red as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. They could not make a sound for a long time. Oh my god! Who's this Duan Lingtian? He can take out two ninth-level concept fragments so casually. Don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Five-Element Sect? What right does he have to possess two ninth-level concept fragments? When the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw the two concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand, their eyes turned completely red. They could not wait to snatch them away. In this regard, the people from Five-Element Sect appeared to be much calmer. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually took out two ninth-level concept fragments at this time. Don't tell me he's trying to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect out of another ninth-level concept fragment? Huang Daniu was stunned. He could vaguely guess what was going on. Naturally, there were many people who had the same thought as him. For example, the peak masters of Water, Fire, and Earth Peak, the brothers Nangong, Tanhuan, Tianzhen, and the others. Duan Lingtian, you want to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect? I won't let you do as you wish. Chapter 933. Sect Leader Qinfeng, if I take out these two ninth-level concept fragments as the wager for the battle between me and your Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, shouldn't you take out another ninth-level concept fragment as well? Duan Lingtian stared at Qinfeng as he enunciated each and every word clearly. When Qinfeng regained his senses, his face turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the purple-clad young man in front of him would actually take out two ninth-level concept fragments and even want him to bet with him using two ninth-level concept fragments as the wager. As the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, naturally, he was not a fool. Since the other party dared to make this wager and was willing to take out two ninth-level concept fragments as the wager, he must be very confident in himself. For a moment, Qinfeng was in a dilemma. It wasn't difficult for him to take out another ninth-level concept fragment. However, the problem was, if the purple-clad young man in front of him won, not only would their Sun Moon Sect be humiliated, but they would also lose two ninth-level concept fragments. The reason he took out a ninth-level concept fragment earlier was because he thought he would definitely win. He wanted to use that ninth-level concept fragment to win the other ninth-level concept fragment from the Five-Element Sect. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. First, the purple-clad young man in front of him said he was stingy. Then, he stood out and wanted him to bet with him. Moreover, he wanted to use two ninth-level concept fragments as the wager. He had to admit that he hesitated when he saw the other party's confident expression. Although he did not dare to believe that such a young man would be able to defeat his Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was at the ninth-level void interpretation. However, the moment he thought about the two ninth-level concept fragments, he had to be extremely cautious. But, Sect Leader Qinfeng, don't tell me you're afraid? When Duan Lingtian saw Qinfeng hesitating, he could easily guess what was on his mind. He could not help but laugh. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a disdainful smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Afraid? When Qinfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words and noticed the gazes around him, he was instantly enraged. However, just as his anger rose to his head, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, and he completely calmed down. He faintly realized that this was the opponent's provocation. Right at this moment, a voice transmission came from afar and pierced into Qinfeng's ears. Sect Master Qinfeng, you mustn't agree to this Duan Lingtian. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Actually, he's a first-level void transformation martial artist. Apart from comprehending a void transformation concept, he's also comprehended 3 ninth-level void interpretation concepts. Right now, this Duan Lingtian is trying to infuriate you so that you will agree to his request. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, your Sun Moon Sect will definitely lose 2 ninth-level concept fragments. The voice transmission stopped abruptly at this point. When Qinfeng heard this voice transmission, his expression changed drastically. First level void transformation stage? Comprehended a void transformation concept and 3 ninth level void interpretation concepts? Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng studied the purple-clad young man in front of him from top to bottom. He kept asking himself in his heart, is this Duan Lingtian really that capable? He did not dare to believe it. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for such a thing to happen. It was inevitable for a first-level void transformation martial artist to comprehend a void transformation concept. Comprehending a 9th-level void interpretation concept was already considered as monstrous. However, the voice transmission said that other than being a first-level void transformation martial artist and comprehending a void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended 3 void interpretation concepts. Ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. Chen Feng shook his head. He immediately concluded that the other party was lying to him. Moreover, the voice transmission came from the group of people from the 5-element sect. Unfortunately, the voice transmission came so suddenly that he could not identify which 5-element sect's disciple it was. However, he was certain of one thing. The other party was lying to him. As for the purpose of lying to him, it was easy for him to guess. The reason the other party did this was because they did not want him to bet with Duan Lingtian. They wanted the Sun Moon sect to admit defeat in front of the 5-element sect and embarrass themselves in front of the people from the Empyrean Temple. It seemed like the other party was helping him by doing this, wanting to help him keep the 2 9th-level concept fragments. However, if one were to look deeper into it, the other party was actually helping Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect by doing this. This was because if he refused now, Duan Lingtian would not be defeated by the Sun Moon sect's disciple in public. The 5-element sect would also win without a fight and firmly suppress the Sun Moon sect. Duan Ling, I have to say that you're very smart. Chen Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said through his voice transmission, you actually know how to take a step back in order to advance. You asked someone to exaggerate your strength in front of me so that my Sun Moon sect and I will retreat in the face of difficulties so that you and the 5-element sect will win without a fight. If it was someone from the Empyrean Temple who reminded me through voice transmission, I might have believed it. However, you actually asked someone from your 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission. How stupid! Chen Feng's voice transmission was filled with disdain. When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Feng's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. He asked someone from the 5-element sect to use voice transmission to exaggerate his strength in front of Chen Feng. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He could not help but look at the group of people from the 5-element sect curiously. Soon he noticed something. When he looked at Hu Fei, he found that Hu Fei seemed to be avoiding his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye, which was unusual. Hu Fei. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as anger rose in his heart. At this moment, he was certain that the person who warned him through voice transmission was none other than Hu Fei. However, Chen Feng did not seem to believe Hu Fei's words. This made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the killing intent in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified. That killing intent was directed at Hu Fei. Just as he had expected, as long as Hu Fei was alive, he would not be able to have a day of peace. What a pity, what a pity! Initially, I was still a little hesitant when I saw you so confidently taking out 2 9th-level concept fragments to bet with me. At that time, I even thought that in order to protect the 2 9th-level concept fragments, I would reject your bet even if it would embarrass me and the Sun Moon sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with pride. Unfortunately, you actually asked the people from the 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission to exaggerate your strength. Not only did he exaggerate, he even exaggerated it to such an outrageous extent. Therefore, the ones who will be embarrassed today will not be me and the Sun Moon sect. It will be you, Duan Lingtian, and the 5-element sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission came to an end. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did Hu Fei actually help him? If Hu Fei knew the outcome would be like this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. However, Duan Lingtian did not lose his killing intent toward Hu Fei because of this. In his heart, Hu Fei was already a dead man. As long as he had the chance, he would make Hu Fei die in his hands. Humph. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian snorted. His face turned solemn on purpose. When Qin Feng saw Duan Lingtian's expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, he took out another concept fragment. Duan Lingyan, since you want to bet big, then I'll bet big with you. This is a 9th level saber concept fragment. Together with the 9th level sword concept fragment in my hand, they'll be the wager for the Sun Moon sect. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Qin Feng announced loudly. At the same time, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Qin Feng looked at the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong. Hui Kong, you old ball donkey. Although I've never had any dealings with you before, I've heard that you're a decent person. Today, you'll be the witness for the wager between me and this 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingyan. As for the wager, it should be kept by you as well. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot the 2 9th level concept fragments in his hand at Hui Kong. Amitabha. Since sect leader Chen trusts me, I'll naturally follow sect leader Chen's wishes. Hui Kong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian, now, shouldn't you hand over your prize to that old baldy Hui Kong for safekeeping? Qin Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason he did this was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. If things developed to that point, although Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect would be humiliated, his Sun Moon sect would not be able to obtain the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The reason he did this was to put Duan Lingtian in a difficult position. Of course, Duan Lingtian could still reject it. However, the price of rejecting it would be extremely high. It would far exceed the value of the 2 9th level concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian rejected it, not only Duan Lingtian, but even the 5-element sect would not be able to hold their heads up high in the northern desert in the future. Sect leader Qin Feng, you're really something. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess Qin Feng's thoughts. After taking a deep look at Qin Feng, he casually shot the 2 9th level concept fragments to Hui Kong. Abbot Hui Kong, I'll have to trouble you. Amitabha. You're too kind, young benefactor Duan. Hui Kong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th level concept fragments. Qin Feng could not help but frown when he saw Duan Lingtian handing the 2 9th level concept fragments to Hui Kong without hesitation. However, his frown quickly disappeared. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was puffing himself up at his own cost. No matter what, he would not believe that a young boy like Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Kai, who was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the Sun Moon sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the opposite side of Lu Kai. He stood opposite Lu Kai, who had a cold expression on his face. Young benefactor Duan, young benefactor Lu. Although your battle will determine the ownership of the 2 9th level concept fragments, this poor monk still hopes that both of you will know when to stop. Chapter 934. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. He only wanted to win the 2 9th level concept fragments in this battle. He did not care if he killed or not. Of course, the most important thing was, until now, this young Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, had not done anything that made him want to kill him. Those who provoke our Sun Moon sect will definitely die. Lu Kai's voice was cold and gloomy. His words revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. He was still wondering if he should spare Lu Kai's life earlier. However, Lu Kai's words completely destroyed this thought of his. Everyone had to pay the price for what they said. Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai stood opposite each other, facing each other. They instantly attracted everyone's attention. This Duan Lingtian can actually take out 2 9th level concept fragments. This is really shocking. However, what's even more shocking is that he actually dared to make a bet with the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. Don't tell me he really thinks he can win against that Sun Moon sect's disciple? That Sun Moon sect's disciple must have extraordinary strength to be called out by the sect leader of Sun Moon sect personally. I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian is going to go for wool and come home shorn. Many of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were discussing among themselves. It was obvious that they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. Of course, the main reason was that Duan Lingtian was too young. So young that it was terrifying. All of a sudden, the black robe on Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was facing off against Duan Lingtian, fluttered. The origin energy on his body rose and merged with a fierce aura. At that moment, the raging origin energy on Lu Kai's body transformed into a gigantic saber that emitted an aura that seemed to be able to cut through everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed. First, 120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level void interpretation. 9th level intermediate saber concept. Lu Kai's strength shocked many of the Empyrean Temple's disciples. They were even more convinced that Duan Lingtian could not defeat Lu Kai. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xian Bei stared at the back of Duan Lingtian and muttered to himself. Just as a thin spiritual saber appeared in Lu Kai's hand and he was about to attack, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He shook his head and looked into the distance. At this time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked into the distance. There was a group of people coming over in a grandiose manner. After a short while, he arrived near them. Elder Brother Duan. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded out from the group of people, and it was filled with excitement and joy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure that looked like a fire spirit flew out and headed straight for the purple figure in the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When Duan Lingtian heard this familiar voice, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. In the next moment, before he could even react, he noticed a fiery red figure had already arrived in front of him. They stood facing each other and looked at each other. The person who stood in front of Duan Lingtian was a beautiful lady. A smile that could turn the world upside down was blooming on her face. For a moment, everything around her was overshadowed. Tianwu. Looking at the red-clad lady in front of him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The person who came was none other than Feng Tianwu. Elder Brother Duan, why are you here? Feng Tianwu, who was excited to see the person she missed, calmed down a little. She took a deep breath and asked softly. She did not expect to see her elder brother Duan here. Logically speaking, elder brother Duan should have been taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse, right? Duan Lingnan? Brother Lingtian. At this moment, two figures tailed Feng Tianwu and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. It was obvious they did not expect to see Duan Lingtian here. Su Li, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the two of them. The two people who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Ling, where have you been all this time? Why you here? Su Li could not help but ask curiously. Although Zhang Shouyong did not ask, his eyes that were filled with doubt showed he was very concerned about this. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time in the future. As for why I'm here, my purpose is the same as yours. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, however, there's a difference. You're representing Blade sect while I'm representing 5-element sect. 5-element sect. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be shocked. The 5-element sect, that's one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Elder brother Duan, why did you go to 5-element sect? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with doubt. Before Duan Lingtian could answer, a middle-aged man among the 4 people who had just arrived in the distance looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man greeted Duan Lingtian. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes lit up as he greeted with slight pleasant surprise. Senior. The middle-aged man was none other than the vice-sect leader of the House of Swords and Su Li's master, Jian 13. Jian 13 had done him a favor, and he'd always engraved it in his heart. You said earlier that you're representing 5-element sect this time? Jian 13 frowned slightly as he asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said apologetically, Senior, I'm truly sorry. Because the 5-element sect has done me a favor, so I'm entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time to contribute to the 5-element sect. I'm unable to represent the Blade sect. The group of people from the 5-element sect were slightly surprised when they saw many people recognize Duan Lingtian in the group that had just arrived. Now that they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Jian 13, they were shocked once more. In the past, Duan Lingtian was intending to represent the Blade sect to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, even though they didn't know what happened later on, but when they heard what Duan Lingtian said now, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a great weapon of slaughter. The 5-element sect that had Duan Lingtian would surely be able to obtain the greatest benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Jian 13 hadn't spoken when a cold snort sounded out. Subsequently, a green figure flashed out from the group of people from the Blade sect. It was a green-clothed young man, and he was precisely one of the 20 young disciples from the Blade sect that had come this time. After the green-clothed young man came out, he looked at Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment and asked with a deep voice, You're Duan Lingtian? Or you? Duan Lingtian frowned when faced with the green-clothed young man who had come with ill intentions. You don't have to know who I am. You just have to answer me. Did you promise Junior Uncle Jian to join our Blade sect and even join the Sword sect? The green-clothed young man glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain before he asked again in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when he was about to explain, he was interrupted by the green-clothed young man. That's enough. In other words, you, the prospective Sword sect disciple of our Blade sect, has switched to the 5-element sect. Even if you're only a prospective Sword sect disciple, according to the rules of our Blade sect, a prospective disciple who has switched to another sect will be regarded as a traitor. Today, I, Lian Xiong, will enforce the law on behalf of the sect's enforcement elder and get rid of a traitor like you. The green-clothed young man, Lian Xiong, spoke very quickly. Before the crowd could react, he had already transformed into a green lightning bolt and charged towards Duan Lingtian. A swift sword ray accompanied him as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's glabella. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that it was terrifying. At the same time, more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lian Xiong's head. In other words, the sword that he stabbed towards Duan Lingtian contained the strength of more than 270 ancient horned dragons. 8th level Void Interpretation. 8th level Intermediate Sword Concept. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. In the eyes of most people present, the speed of the green-clothed young man was shockingly fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was pitifully slow. When Duan Lingtian saw that the grade 3 spirit sword in the green-clothed young man's hand was only a foot away from his glabella, he was already prepared to reach out to grab the sword. To him, stopping the sword with his bare hands was not a problem at all. However, just when Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, he heard a short-lived piercing sound. Slap. At the same time, a sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that the sword that was a foot away from his glabella disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. To be more precise, it flew into the distant sky. Along with it, an arm that was forcefully torn off flew out. Dazzling fresh blood was still spurting out from the wound on the arm. The blood splattered across the sky and condensed into red roses. Ah! At the same time, a shrill scream reverberated in the air. It was Lian Xiong who was standing near Duan Lingtian. He pressed on the wound on his severed arm with one hand and stopped the bleeding as he screamed in pain. Who's that? When he caught his breath, he glared at the person who attacked him. However, when he saw the red-clad lady standing there with a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake in her hand, horror dawned on his face. T. Jr.'s sister Feng, he betrayed the sect. He should atone for his sins with his death. Why are you helping him? The person who crippled Lian Xiong was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was the first to react and stopped Lian Xiong in time. Her whip swept out and coiled around Lian Xiong's arm that was holding the sword. In the next moment, she forcefully tore the arm off Lian Xiong's shoulder and flung it away. Her entire action was as smooth as flowing water. Because he's my elder brother Duan. Chapter 935. It's because he's my elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's short sentence caused many young men from various forces to look at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. They could not wait to replace him. At this moment, as long as one was not blind, one could see the affection Feng Tianwu had for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this fellow really has a lot of luck with women, Huang Dainiu said with an envious expression on his face. When Feng Tianwu was such a peerless beauty, everyone, including him, could not help but be tempted when they first laid their eyes on her. Junior sister Feng, why you'll regret this? Lian Xiong gritted his teeth and said to Feng Tianwu with a jealous expression on his face. Then, he flew away and chased after his arm that was severed and thrown away by Feng Tianwu. If he could find and reattach his arm in time, there might still be a chance for him to recover. When that blade sect's disciple made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. He's very powerful, but his arm was still severed by this fairy-like blade sect's female disciple. This blade sect's female disciple looks like she's only in her early 20s. She already possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's really shocking. She's really blessed by the heavens. Not only does she have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but she also has an innate talent and comprehension ability that makes people jealous. Whether it was the Five-Element sect, the Empyrean Temple, or the Sun-Moon sect's young disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. The shock that Feng Tianwu brought to them was just too great. Although Feng Tianwu's attack was very fast, and she did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to consolidate the heaven and earth phenomenon, they could see that Feng Tianwu's strength was far above the blade sect's disciple whose arm was severed by her. Tongwu girl, this time, you've gone a little overboard. The skinny old man who was the leader of the two old men from Blade sect looked at Feng Tianwu with a slightly reproachful expression. Sect leader, I held back just now. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse now. In the face of the old man's reproach, Feng Tianwu replied calmly with a hint of coldness in her voice. As the saying went, a dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you'll die. In her world, Duan Lingtian was her reverse scale. The reason she did not kill Lian Xiong today was because her father, Feng Wudao, was the sword sect's elder in Blade sect. She did not want to put her father in a difficult position. The sect leader of Blade sect? Although he did not know the old man's name, he had to admit, Duan Lingtian, he had a bad impression. What did he mean went a little overboard? That Blade sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, had wanted to kill him the moment he attacked. The sword in his hand was inches away from his glabella, and he had nearly killed him. If Tian Wu had not made the first move and it was him instead, Lian Xiong would have already become a corpse. Was a Tian, he's very well was Tian. You're Duan Lingtian? The prospective disciple of Blade sect? Soon after, the old man's gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. His tone was calm and cold. From now on I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to do with Blade sect anymore. Duan Lingtian announced calmly as he looked at the old man. When he heard the old man reproach Feng Tianwu, he no longer had any interest in joining Blade sect. Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Jianshi San when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to the sect leader of Blade sect in such a manner. Moreover, he wanted to cut ties with Blade sect as soon as he opened his mouth. When the old man regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can join Blade Sect as you please?" "That's exactly the case for me." Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "The reason I agreed to join the Blade Sect was because I owed him a favor. As for now, I'm not interested in joining the Blade Sect at all." Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with the old man when he reached this point. Instead, he looked at Jian Shisan and said, "Senior, Duan Ling Tian, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. As for Blade Sect, I won't join it anymore." The old man's attitude earlier had chilled Duan Lingtian's heart. Although there might be other reasons, such as Lian Xiong's identity and background, etc. In his opinion, those were not excuses. When Jian Shisan saw the determination on Duan Lingtian's face, he realized the situation was irreversible. He did not know what to say and could only smile wryly. "But, alright. Today, for the sake of little Tianwu, I won't fuss about it with you." The old man was angered by Duan Ling Tian until his face turned gloomy. When he reached the end of his sentence, he took a deep breath and continued, "Since you're unwilling to join Blade Sect, we won't force you either. From now on, you're no longer a prospective disciple of Blade Sect. There are many young powerhouses in Blade Sect. We don't need someone like you." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his interest waned. It was obvious that he did not take Duan Ling Tian seriously. "That would be great." Duan Ling Tian nodded and turned around to look at Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was waiting there. He said in a deep voice, "Let's continue." He did not forget about the bet with Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. It was impossible for him to forget about the 2 9th-level concept fragments. "Elder brother Duan, what are you doing?" Feng Tianwu glanced at Lu Kai. Although Lu Kai had already retracted his origin energy and concept, she could still see the strength he displayed when she first arrived. He did not use any spirit weapon, but he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 220 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Feng Tianwu could see that Lu Kai was a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept. "It's nothing. I have a bet with him. You can just watch from the side." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he gave Feng Tianwu a reassuring look. The moment Feng Tianwu heard this, she obediently retreated. "Duan Ling Tian, be careful." At this moment, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had also retreated. They watched from afar as Duan Ling Tian confronted the black-clad young man. The young man gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. As Duan Ling Tian confronted Lu Kai again, the origin energy and saber concept on Lu Kai's body reappeared. At the same time, the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples began to discuss again. From the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and the rest of the Blade Sect's people quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Each of them could not help but be shocked. The wager for each side in this bet is 2 9th-level concept fragments. That Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, is a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th-level intermediate saber concept. One by one, the Blade Sect's disciples began to discuss. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited about the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lu Kai. Of course, most of them felt that Lu Kai had a higher chance of winning. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lian Xiong who had returned from picking up his severed arm. Lian Xiong's severed arm had already been reattached by him, but his face was still extremely pale. It was no different from a dead person's face. After he returned, Lian Xiong looked at Feng Tianwu. The depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. "Lian Xiong, the matter of Tianwu little girl cutting off your arm ends here." The skinny old man, who was also the sect leader of Sword Sect, glanced at Lian Xiong indifferently. His tone was cold and did not contain any emotion. Sect leader, she. Upon hearing the old man's words, horror dawned on Lian Xiong's face. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by the old man again. "Did you not hear what I said clearly, or do you want me to repeat it for you?" When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his voice seemed to have come from an ice cave. It scared Lien Xiong so much that he could not help but shudder. He glanced at Feng Tianwu reluctantly, but he did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. He knew very well in his heart. Unless he did not want to stay in Blade Sect anymore, or the old man was dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, if the old man found out about it, he would definitely die. Lien Xiong took a deep breath and shifted his gaze away. He began to search for Duan Lingtian's figure. Soon after, he discovered Duan Lingtian was standing opposite a black-clad young man. Moreover, the black-clad young man displayed a strength that far surpassed his own. He was at the 9th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. What's going on? Lien Xiong could not understand why Duan Lingtian would be facing such a young powerhouse. When he found out the reason from the others, he could not help but sneer inwardly. So that's how it is. This Duan Lingtian is really seeking death. Does he really think he can defeat a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept? Count yourself lucky that you didn't die in my hands. Lien Xiong's cold gaze was locked onto Duan Lingtian's back. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment his smile froze completely. God, what did he just see? In the distance, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, made his move. The spirit saber in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing shook. All of his energy surged into the spirit saber as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. In the sky, more than 310 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Where the saber light that was as thin as a cicada's wing pointed, the airflow in the air was split apart and set off a series of clear whistling sound. The whistling sound grew louder and louder, giving off an extremely ear-piercing feeling. The saber that contained the strength of more than 310 ancient horned dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian like a shadow. It was as though it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Faced with Lu Kai's menacing saber, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. He suddenly took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it backward abruptly. His broad back was like a strong bow being pulled. All of a sudden, whoosh! Chapter 936. When they saw Duan Lingtian punching his empty hand toward the Grade 2 spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the hand of the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, other than the people from 5 Element Sect, most of the people could not help but feel their scalps go numb. However, all of this did not last for long. Duan Lingtian's fist that was shot out like a cannonball was instantly surrounded by a raging origin energy. The moment the origin energy appeared, it underwent an earth-shattering change. The milky white origin energy transformed into a vast and majestic khaki energy. Surrounding the khaki energy were thunderbolts that were as thick as purple electric snakes. Not only that, but it was also emitting waves of fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solid astral wind that twined around his fist like a shadow. Of course, all of these changes could only be seen clearly by the high-ranking officials of the major forces who were present with their amazing eyesight. In the eyes of the young disciples from the major forces, after Duan Lingtian punched out, they could no longer see the situation of Duan Lingtian's fist. All they could see was the airflow in the air moving rapidly before it was compressed and exploded. It set off a series of ear-piercing explosions that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions became louder and louder, causing some of the young disciples with weaker strength from the major forces to feel their eardrums vibrate. Their faces turned pale. Some of the young disciples with weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums explode. Blood spurted out from their ears. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated in the air, causing everyone's eyes to narrow involuntarily. When the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's fist collided with the Grade 2 spirit saber in the hand of the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, it easily sent the Grade 2 spirit saber flying before it continued to envelop Lu Kai's body. In an instant, Lu Kai's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was left intact. He could not be any more dead. After completely crushing Lu Kai with just one punch, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy and the 4 types of concepts in his hand. The heaven and earth energy that was surging in the air above his head dissipated as well. Because he had only attacked in the blink of an eye, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had dissipated before it could take form. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. Not far in front of him, a rain of blood filled the sky like blooming fireworks, celebrating his final victory in this gambling battle. Fireworks filled the sky, looking extremely gorgeous, eye-catching, and dazzling. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood there. In the eyes of the onlookers, he appeared incomparably tall. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths suddenly rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. This Duan Lingtian is so strong. Isn't his strength too terrifying? With just one punch, he killed the Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. How old is he? He's simply a monster. For a moment, whether it was the Empyrean Temple's disciples, the Sun Moon sect's disciples, or the Blade sect's disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in their voices. It was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, and a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face. Her graceful body stood there with a smile that was like a flower. It was as though she had transformed into a beautiful painting. Although Feng Tianwu had always been very confident in Duan Lingtian, when she saw Duan Lingtian displaying such a powerful strength and killing his opponent with just one punch, she could not help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength has actually become so powerful? Su Li's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with astonishment. I originally thought that when we met again, the gap between us would be narrowed. Who would have thought that he has already left me far behind? Duan Lingtian had killed a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just one punch. This caused him to feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as well. Although he did not say anything, his current expression was enough to show the shock in his heart. It could be said that he had watched Duan Lingtian step by step until today. The young man who needed his help to survive at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast had unknowingly grown to the point where he had to look up to him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Brother Lingtian, now that I recall the first time we met, the world has really changed. Zhang Shouyang thought to himself. On the Blade Sect's side, it was not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang who were shocked. Even Sword 13 and the other 3 Blade Sect's high-ranking officials could not help but be shocked. In just a few months, Duan Lingtian's strength has actually risen to such a level. What a monster! Sword 13 sighed. As expected of a variant. Saber 5, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Variant? Saber 5's words caused the 2 old men standing at the side to narrow their eyes. The sturdy old man looked at Saber 5 and asked in a deep voice, Saber 5, you said Duan Lingtian is a variant? Saber 5 nodded. He's a variant who can cast his innate ability. A variant who can cast his innate ability? The sturdy old man, who was also the sect leader of Saber Sect, sucked in a breath of cold air. The skinny old man standing next to him, the sect leader of Sword Sect, trembled imperceptibly before his body stiffened. At that moment he felt his face burning. He seemed to recall the words he said to Duan Lingtian earlier by the side of his ears. There are many young powerhouses in Blade Sect. We don't need someone like you. At that moment, he only wanted to slap himself. The reason he said that earlier was because he did not know Duan Lingtian's strength was so terrifying. He also did not know that Duan Lingtian was a variant that was 1 in a million. Why didn't the 2 of you say so earlier? The sect leader of Sword Sect glared at Sword 13 and Saber 5. There was a hint of anger in his tone. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so strong and knew that Duan Lingtian was a variant, he would definitely not have treated Duan Lingtian the way he did earlier. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. That was how the sect leader of Sword Sect felt at that moment. Senior Brother Saber and I thought that Duan Lingtian was taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse. That's why we didn't mention anything about him. Sword 13 smiled wryly. Saber 5 nodded his head. Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no turning back now. Our Blade Sect is not fated with him. It has nothing to do with anything else. The sect leader of Saber Sect shook his head and said as he guessed what the sect leader of Sword Sect was thinking. How's that possible? Lien Xiong looked at the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe that this was real. I heard from Su Li that he's only 28 years old. He killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch at 28 years old. Lien Xiong's heartbeat gradually quickened. It took a long time for him to calm down. With his strength, earlier, when I attacked him, if he had attacked me before Junior Sister Feng, wouldn't I have died without a doubt? The moment Lien Xiong thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. He was scared now. Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength had completely destroyed the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian in his heart. Senior Brother Lingtian is really amazing. That's right. He killed that 9th-level Void Interpretation Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level Void Interpretation concept with just a punch. Looking at all the younger generation in our 5-element sect, only Senior Brother Lingtian alone can do that. That Blade Sect's senior official said that their Blade Sect has a lot of young powerhouses, and they don't lack Senior Brother Lingtian alone. What a joke! Other than that red-clad girl who admires Senior Brother Lingtian, how can the rest of the Blade Sect's disciples be compared to Senior Brother Lingtian? The 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Many of them looked at the sect leader of Sword Sect from Blade Sect mockingly as though they were mocking him for being blind. The group of 5-element sect's senior officials, apart from Guochong and Chiyu, had a smile on their faces. Even Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian in the past, seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. A sincere smile appeared on his face. That Chen Feng actually doesn't believe me. Hu Fei stood at the side and glanced at Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, who had a grave expression on his face from afar. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Chen Feng only had himself to blame for losing to Duan Lingtian this time. How's this possible? Chen Feng's face was as grave as it could get. It had never crossed his mind that a 5-element sect's disciple who looked only 25 years old would be so terrifying. With just a punch, he had killed Lu Kai, who was ranked 3rd among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect. On top of that, it was under the premise that Lu Kai had used a Grade 2 Spirit Saber. The few Vice Sect leaders of Sun Moon Sect and the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples also had a grave expression on their faces. 2 of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples who stood alone at the side looked at each other. Are you confident? One of them suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. Nope. How about you? The other person shook his head and asked in return. Nope. The former also shook his head. At once, both of them became silent. They were the 2 most powerful people among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect. However, they did not see the punch that Duan Lingtian, the 5-element sect's disciple, threw out. Not only that, when faced with Lu Kai who had used a Grade 2 Spirit Saber and unleashed his full strength, none of them dared to say that they could kill him with their bare hands. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. How powerful! Over at the Empyrean Temple's side, Xian Bei's eyes narrowed in shock. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's strength would be elevated to such a level in just a few months' time. Now, this is interesting. However, the moment Xian Bei recalled the battle between him and Duan Lingtian, excitement surged in his heart. He began to look forward to it. Chapter 937. Amitba. Congratulations, little benefactor Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, slowly raised his hand and directly shot out 4 fragments that flew towards Duan Lingtian. 9th level concept fragments. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, many of them could not help but feel shocked and their eyes turned red. That was a 9th level concept fragment. Even the forces they belonged to would only have a few fragments at most. However, Duan Lingtian, a mere 5-element sex disciple, had already monopolized 4 9th level concept fragments. Even many of the high-ranking officials from the major forces could not help but feel envious and jealous. Thank you, Master Hui Kong. Duan Lingtian took the 4 9th level concept fragments and put them away into his spatial ring. At the same time, he thanked Hui Kong from the Empyrean Temple. You're too kind, little benefactor Duan. It's just a small matter. Hui Kong said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and stared at Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, whose face was ghastly pale. He grinned and said, Sect leader Qin Feng, thank you for the 2 9th level concept fragments. Chen Feng's face, which was already ghastly pale, turned even gloomier. He sneered and said, Duan Ling, so what if you manage to obtain the 2 9th level concept fragments? You're only capable if you have the ability to protect them. Otherwise, you'll just be paving the way for someone else in the end. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, many of the Empyrean Temple's, Blade Sect's, and Sun Moon Sect's disciples' eyes lit up. That was right. Duan Lingtian had 4 9th level concept fragments in his hands. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, would they not be able to snatch them away? Of course, the moment this thought appeared in most of their minds, it was mercilessly shattered by him. What a joke! If they wanted to snatch the 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, they would need to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, they would only be courting death. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian killing a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended 9th level void interpretation concept with a single punch still reverberated in their minds, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Of course, there were also some young disciples with comparatively stronger strengths from the 3 great powers that privately sent voice transmissions to discuss the possibility of cooperation. After all, Duan Lingtian had 4 9th level concept fragments. Even if the 4 people joined forces and killed him, they would still be able to each of them would be able to each obtain 1 9th level concept fragment. However, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not take Duan Lingtian. However, he did Duan Lingtian. However, he did not pay attention to him. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Qin Feng. Duan Lingtian replied Qin Feng calmly before looking at the group of young disciples from the 3 major forces who were eyeing him covetously. If there's really someone who wants the 4 9th level concept fragments in my possession, I'm very interested in getting close to them. A bright and confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, many young disciples immediately dismissed the idea of fighting with Duan Lingtian and snatching the 4 9th level concept fragments. Of course, there were many exceptions as well. After all, the temptation of the 4 9th level concept fragments was too great. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian's ability was extraordinary, they still wanted to give it a try. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong once again gathered together. At the same time, he beckoned the 3 of them to come before the group of people from 5-element sect. Then, Duan Lingtian introduced Feng Tianwu and the other 2 to Guochong, Qiyu, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei. At the same time, he also introduced Guochong and the other 3 to Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Sect leader Guo, Peak Master Qi. Feng Tianwu and the other 2 greeted Guochong and Qiyu politely. At the same time, they nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and Chen Wei. I've never heard Duan Lingtian mention before that he even knows a peerless genius like you, Miss Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, I'm afraid your ability is not inferior to Duan Lingtian, right? Qiyu asked with a smile as he looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. You flatter me, Peak Master Qi. How can I possibly be compared to elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu quickly replied humbly. Tianwu, you don't have to be so humble. When Lian Xiong made his move on me earlier, even I couldn't react in time since I was completely unprepared. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At that time, even he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength Feng Tianwu revealed. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu had already withdrawn her origin energy and fire concept by the time he'd completely reacted to it, so he didn't have the time to use his spiritual energy to investigate. However, he was certain that Feng Tianwu's current ability was not inferior to his. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Feng Tianwu in an attempt to probe Feng Tianwu's strength. In the next moment, he probed Feng Tianwu's cultivation base. It would have been better if he did not probe her cultivation base. However, the moment he did, he was so shocked that Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. He stood there blankly as though he was possessed. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. How's this possible? She's actually only a third-level void interpretation martial artist. According to Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probe, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had not even entered the fourth-level void interpretation. She was only at the third-level void interpretation. How could a mere third-level void interpretation martial artist help him stop Lian Xiong? He was slightly hesitant at this moment. However, when he recalled the scene when Feng Tianwu severed the arm of the Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, he could not help but feel refreshed. Lian Xiong is an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. Tianwu was able to sever his arm before he could react. This means that her ability is much stronger than him. Tianwu is indeed only a third-level void interpretation martial artist. Could it be the fire concept that Tianwu has comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was certain. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body. The speed at which she comprehended the fire concept could be said to be extremely fast. In the process of comprehending the fire concept, it was almost impossible for her to encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, once she used the fire concept fragment to assist her comprehension, the speed at which she comprehended the fire concept would make all martial artists who did not possess the innate spirit body feel embarrassed. However, even if she uses the fire concept fragment to assist her cultivation, Tianwu shouldn't be able to defeat Lian Xiong with just her third-level void interpretation cultivation base, right? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more curious he became. Lian Xiong was an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. With the help of his spirit sword, his strength was equivalent to the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. With Tianwu's third-level void interpretation martial artist cultivation base, even if she used the grade 3 spirit whip that he refined, she would only be able to exert the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons at the most. The strength of a third-level void interpretation martial artist was equivalent to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons when he fully unleashed his origin energy. The grade 3 spirit whip that he refined himself could amplify the strength by 70%. It was equivalent to the strength of 28 ancient horned dragons. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. In other words, even if Tianwu has comprehended the first-level advanced fire concept, she would only have the strength of 268 ancient horned dragons in addition to the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. She's not as good as Lian Xiong, unless Tianwu has comprehended the second-level advanced fire concept. In that case, she would be able to crush Lian Xiong with the strength of 368 ancient horned dragons if she unleashes all of her techniques. Duan Lingtian thought as he cleared his mind. As he cleared his mind, he could not help but gasp. If Tianwu only relied on the fire concept fragment to assist her, it's impossible for her to elevate her fire concept to such a level in such a short time. In that case, it must be the profound assimilation formation. The Blade sect also had the profound assimilation formation. If it was the profound assimilation formation that allowed Feng Tianwu to undergo such a transformation, then everything would not be strange anymore. The profound assimilation formation is the inscription formation that the reincarnation Emperor Wu created back then. It has a miraculous effect that far surpasses ordinary people when it comes to innate spirit bodies like Tian Wu's fire spirit body. It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to find out about this after he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Moreover, according to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's judgment, the profound assimilation formation could elevate an innate spirit body far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In other words, Tian Wu's fire concept might not be as simple as the third-level advanced fire concept. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he gasped to himself, "Duan Lingen, I can't believe you actually know a peerless beauty like Miss Feng. What a surprise." A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. It was Huang Dainiu who was talking to him. "Do you think that all the people I know are big idiots like you?" Duan Lingtian said snappily as he rolled his eyes at Huang Dainiu. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, the few people who were close to them, including Guochong and Qiyu, could not help but laugh. Chapter 938. Naturally, Meng Li and the other three noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. If it was in the past, they would definitely look back at Duan Lingtian with contempt. However, now that they knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that little grandaunt, they did not dare to do so. Of course, although they would not deepen the conflict between Skywolf Fort and Duan Lingtian, they would not take the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian either. Not to mention that Zishang would be displeased if they did so, and he would no longer do his best for their Skywolf Fort. Even if it was their Skywolf Fort, they could not afford to lose face in front of the people from the various great powers. Due to this reason, they chose to ignore Duan Lingtian completely. However, even if they chose to ignore it, it didn't mean that it could extinguish Duan Lingtian's rage. After Duan Lingtian's cold and fierce gaze swept past Meng Li's group of four, it descended onto a white-clothed young man behind them. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, Zishang was also looking at him. Moreover, when he looked over, Zishang's voice transmission had already entered his ears in a timely manner. "Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you're so lucky. You actually managed to survive the joint attack of 4 Vice Fort Masters." Upon hearing Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had long guessed that the reason the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had brought along 10 elders from Skywolf Fort to hunt him down was because of Zishang. However, after he confirmed it from Zishang's mouth, his emotions were still greatly affected. A cold light flickered in his eyes that were filled with killing intent. "Zishang, Emperor Wu's secret treasure will be your grave." After Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions, his voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears without any emotion. "That's exactly what I wanted to tell you." What Duan Lingtian did not expect was that Zishang, who could only admit defeat in front of him in the past, was exceptionally tough this time. It was as if he had the confidence to kill him. "Looks like your strength has improved a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident." Duan Lingtian sneered. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Zishang replied coldly. "I'll wait and see." The sharp light in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew brighter as he spoke word by word. "Amitba. Vice Fort Master Luo, Fort Master Qin didn't come?" The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at an old man among the 5 leaders of the Skywolf Fort and asked with his palms pressed together. The latter was none other than the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Abbot Hui Kong. Faced with Hui Kong, the leader of the Empyrean Temple, Luo Fu did not dare to be disrespectful. He quickly replied, "Our Fort Master has encountered some matters recently, so he didn't have the time to come." Fort Master Qing didn't even come personally for such a big matter as the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like he's been busy with something important recently. Hui Kong's eyes flashed as he smiled. Yes, it's very important. Luo Fu nodded, but the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. At this moment, the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had an awkward expression on their faces. It was hard for them to imagine. If the people from the other 5 major forces found out that the reason their fort master of Skywolf Fort did not come was because he had become a mount for a young girl, what kind of expression would they have? Naturally, they would not reveal this matter. If they did, not only would Skywolf Fort become the laughingstock of the northern desert, even the disciples of Skywolf Fort would not be able to accept this fact. Sect Leader Pei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have taken over the position of the sect leader of Emotions Severing Sect. Greetings. After Hui Kong greeted Luo Fu, he looked at the leader of the group of people from Emotions Severing Sect. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who wore plain clothes. The middle-aged man in plain clothes was none other than Pei Yin, the sect leader of Emotions Severing Sect. Abbot Hui Kong. Even when faced with Hui Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Pei Yin's expression was still cold. He nodded nonchalantly and greeted him casually. However, Hui Kong was not unhappy because of this. After smiling lightly, he stood there quietly. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces greeted each other. Time continued to pass by quietly. Not long after, the sun set in the west. The sky was filled with a crimson sunset glow, causing the entire world to seem as though it was dyed red. It looked magnificent. Time's up. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces looked at each other before diving down one after another into the complicated terrain of the mountains. Let's go! When Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces saw this, they hurriedly followed after them, not daring to be slow at all. They knew that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was about to be opened. On the way here, the disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian and the other 5 element sect's disciples, had all learned about Emperor Wu's secret treasure from the high-ranking officials of their respective forces. Emperor Wu's secret treasure had a specific opening time. It would only be opened for a day, and they had to enter on that day. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to enter again. Of course, there was a time limit for entering, but there was no time limit for exiting. The inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure only prohibited entry and exit. Moreover, it was said that the secret treasure of Emperor Wu that they were going to enter this time was buried deep underground. There were countless inscription formations with powerful destructive force surrounding it. Once someone forcefully destroyed the entrance, those powerful destructive inscription formations would automatically activate and destroy the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure in one fell swoop. In that case, many of the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure would be buried underground forever. It was precisely because of this that the major forces who knew about the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure did not dare to use force. They could only obediently follow the rules set by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. They allowed the young disciples below the age of 40 to enter and search for the profundity fragments that they needed. Very soon, under the leadership of the 6 major forces' high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces arrived at a spacious valley. It was the valley below the sky where they were just now. The valley was spacious and filled with forests. There was nothing special about it. The entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure is here? All the young disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian, had a puzzled expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and extended his spiritual energy. Very soon he found a clue in the forest in the valley. There was a dense aura of an inscription formation there. As a person who had merged with the lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription memories, Duan Lingtian had a rich understanding of inscription formations. It was easy for him to identify the few inscription formations. There were a total of 5 inscription formations. The one at the top was an inscription formation that was activated at a fixed time. It would only be activated once. Below this inscription formation was an inscription formation that used the age-measuring pearl as its foundation. It was an inscription formation that tested the age of a martial artist. Moreover, there were 3 other inscription formations below this inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian discovered them, he could not help but gasp. That Emperor Wu powerhouse is really bold. He actually set up 3 killing formations at the entrance. Once these 3 killing formations are activated, I'm afraid even a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse would be killed immediately. Duan Lingtian understood how terrifying these 3 killing formations were from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Apart from the extremely precious materials required to set up these 3 killing formations, they also required Emperor Wu's stage spiritual energy to set up. Every intersecting inscription inside could only be inscribed by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like that Emperor Wu powerhouse is most likely an inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder brother Duan, what did you discover? Feng Tian Wu, who was following beside Duan Lingtian, besides observing everything in the valley, would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. She just happened to notice Duan Lingtian's solemn expression, and she immediately asked via voice transmission. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and replied via voice transmission, if I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is right below the forest. Apart from an inscription formation that activates at a fixed time and an inscription formation that tests the age of a person who enters, there are also 3 inscription formations that have extremely terrifying lethality. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the place where he sensed the inscription formation. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking via voice transmission. The higher-ups of the 6 great powers arrived in the sky above the forest with tacit understanding, and then they attacked together and swept the forest clean. Every single one of the higher-ups of the 6 great powers was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. They controlled their origin energy and concept to form a saber and cleared the forest in a short moment. After the forest was cleared, a magnificent door that lay on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was embedded on the ground just like that. Its shape was huge and simple, and it wasn't tainted by a trace of dust, and it gave off an extremely aged feeling. The aged feeling that greeted them seemed to be telling how long the door had existed for. Then what should we do? Should we still go in? When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had a trace of vigilance. Don't worry. Those 3 killing formations are only targeted at people who forcefully enter and those who are over the age of 40. Under other circumstances, those 3 killing formations won't be activated. Duan Lingtian consoled. Feng Tianwu came to a sudden understanding when she heard this. So that's how it is. This is the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? This door looks extremely old. I wonder how long it has existed. The young disciples of the 6 great powers followed behind the higher-ups of their respective powers as they looked down at the gigantic door embedded on the ground. At the same time, their faces were filled with curiosity. It said that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure under this door has existed for 1,000 years. The martial emperor powerhouse who left behind this secret treasure died of old age 1,000 years ago. Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, slowly explained when he heard the discussion of the young disciples of the various powers, 1,000 years? Chapter 939. Setting up an inscription formation so that the secret treasure he left behind would be opened after 1,000 years. What kind of powerful technique was this? Apart from Duan Lingtian and the senior officials of the various major forces who knew about all this from other sources, the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The strength of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Yan, who had been standing quietly behind Pei and without the slightest sense of existence, could not help but be slightly moved at this moment. This Zhang Yan seems to be a little different from before. Earlier, when the group of people from emotion-severing sect had just arrived, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at Zhang Yan a few times and did not pay much attention to him. Therefore, he did not notice the slight changes on Zhang Yan. However, now that he took a closer look, he noticed the clues immediately. Compared to a few months ago, the current Zhang Yan seemed to have an indescribable peculiar aura on his body. Duan Lingtian faintly realized that something might have happened to Zhang Yan in the past few months. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Zhang Yan. He immediately detected Zhang Yan's cultivation base. It was the 7th level void interpretation. A few months ago, Zhang Yan's cultivation base was at the 6th level void interpretation. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, Zhang Yan was different from him. Zhang Yan had long left the Darkhan dynasty and came to the northern desert of the foreign lands. He even joined Emotion-Severing sect and took Payan as his master. During Zhang Yan's cultivation process, he definitely did not lack various spirit fruits that were exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation a few months ago. Previously, he had consumed a large amount of spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. This meant that unless Zhang Yan obtained spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists that he had never consumed before. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to rely on the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits to raise his cultivation base. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Duan Lingtian frowned for a moment before relaxing again. Earlier, at the same time that he sensed an indescribable peculiar aura from Zhang Yan, he also felt a trace of danger from Zhang Yan. It was as if Zhang Yan could pose a threat to him. When he probed Zhang Yan's current cultivation base with his psychic power, his first thought was that he was mistaken. It was impossible for Zhang Yan, who was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, to pose a threat to him. After all, not everyone was Feng Tianwu. Why hasn't the Emperor Wu's secret treasure been opened yet? Half an hour later, Tian Gu, the peak master of the 5-element sect's Earth Peak, frowned slightly as he asked in bewilderment. Almost as soon as Tian Gu finished speaking, a translucent light shield appeared on the outside of the magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, enveloping the entire door. Seeing the sudden appearance of this translucent light barrier, everyone present couldn't help but burst into an uproar. This is the inscription formation? I think so. The young disciples of the 6 major forces discussed animatedly as they looked at the translucent light shield with curiosity in their eyes. One of the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple even flew forward curiously and reached out his hand to touch the translucent light shield as though he wanted to feel how it felt. This Empyrean Temple disciple's speed was so fast that the others could not react in time. When Duan Lingtian was the first to react, the Empyrean Temple disciple had already touched the translucent light shield and even put his hand into it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this Empyrean Temple disciple was finished. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the first of the 3 killing formations had suddenly moved. It was obvious that it had been activated. Stop! The senior officials of the 6 major forces reacted one after another. The Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, had a change of expression as he cried out in shock. He lost his composure and no longer looked as calm as before. Hui Kong's cry shocked many of the young disciples from the major forces to the point that they could not help but shudder. Abbot, this light shield can. Upon hearing Hui Kong's cry, the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple whose hand went through the light shield did not seem to realize the danger he was in. Instead, he looked at Hui Kong as though he was asking for credit. It was as though he wanted to say to Hui Kong, "Abbot, I've tried it. Abbot, I've tried, this light barrier can be passed through." However, before he could finish speaking, the entire valley suddenly shook as though an extremely violent earthquake had occurred, interrupting his words. The Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that he was in trouble. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled his hand out of the translucent light shield. Unfortunately, it was too late. The people present did not even see any energy appear, but the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's body suddenly stiffened before he exploded with a bang and turned into a bloody rain that filled the sky. It was fortunate that the people nearby had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would have been splattered with blood. Even so, the young disciples from the major forces could not help but gasp. When they looked at the translucent light shield that enveloped the door again, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. All Empyrean Temple disciples, listen up. Unless this light shield disappears on its own, nobody is allowed to get close to it. Hui Kong's expression was slightly grave as he warned the other Empyrean Temple disciples. The upper echelons of the other 5 major forces, including the 5-element sect, also warned their disciples one by one. The young disciples from the various forces nodded without any hesitation. Even without the warning, they did not dare to get close to the translucent light shield. In their eyes, the translucent light shield was no different from a scourge. When the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple came into contact with the translucent light shield, his body inexplicably exploded. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts after learning this lesson from their predecessors. Elder Brother Duan, is that the power of the killing formation? Feng Tianwu's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it seemed to contain traces of terror mixed within. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Moreover, that's only the power of the first killing formation among the 3. My spiritual energy can sense that the other 2 killing formations that are even more powerful have yet to be activated. Even more powerful killing formations? How powerful are they? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It's hard for me to describe exactly how powerful they are. Let me put it this way. Among the 3 killing formations, once the 3rd one at the bottom is activated, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would follow in the footsteps of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian replied to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. Once the 3rd killing formation was activated, it could even kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale at once. In her opinion, a martial monarch stage powerhouse was extremely powerful. Even the Blade sect had gone to great lengths for the sake of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to obtain the profundity fragments so that a martial monarch stage powerhouse could be born in the sect. However, the newly born martial monarch stage powerhouse was only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. Such a powerhouse was like an ant in front of a 9th-level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure could kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse instantly, let alone a group of martial artists who had not even entered the Emperor Wu stage. After the death of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple, the entire spacious valley regained its tranquility. However, soon after, another loud noise reverberated in the air. Many people were so frightened that they trembled instinctively. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door that was shrouded in a translucent light slowly opened, revealing the true face underneath. Under the door, a high platform appeared before everyone's eyes. On one side of the high platform, there was an endless stone staircase that led to the depths of the ground. Looking down from above, it was pitch black. As for the other 3 sides, it was deep and boundless like a bottomless abyss. Flight prohibiting formation? When most of the people's attention was on the high platform and the stone staircase, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that had penetrated the 5 inscription formations could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formations that permeated the high platform. It was none other than the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation was an inscription formation that prevented a martial artist above the void stage from flying in the air once they entered it, unless their own strength could break free from the shackles of the inscription formation. Otherwise, in the flight prohibiting formation, one could only obediently walk on the ground. This flight prohibiting formation must have been left behind by that martial emperor powerhouse as well. In this case, even a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse can only walk on the ground once he enters it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although there were many inscription masters among the senior officials of the 6 major forces who could more or less sense the aura of the flight prohibiting formation, they could not identify what kind of inscription formation it was. After all, they were different from Duan Lingtian, who possessed Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of inscription formation memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives. In his second life, he had studied inscription formations to the extreme. Not only did he create many inscriptions and inscription formations, but he also understood all the common inscriptions and inscription formations on Cloud Continent. Of course, there were also some obscure inscription formations and inscription formations that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of, but he did not know how to inscribe and set them up. Just like the split and unite inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure, it could allow a spirit sword to temporarily split into 9 and unite into 1. Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know how to inscribe and set it up. With my current 2nd level Void Transformation Stage spiritual energy, I wonder how many swords I can control if I cultivate the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he thought of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only now did he recall that when he obtained the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure, he also obtained a sword skill left behind by the white-clothed Sword Monarch. 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Chapter 940. The Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at the bottom of the stone stairs? I think so. I was still guessing what would be behind this magnificent door that was embedded in the ground. But I didn't expect that it would be a lonely high platform. After we pass through the door, we'll land on the high platform and walk down the stone stairs. As for what's at the end of the stone stairs, we have no idea. The unknown is the scariest. It seems like we'll have to be careful after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The young disciples from the various forces discussed among themselves. Most of them had a hint of anxiety on their faces. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. However, as soon as they thought of retreating, they recalled the many treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Their spirits were lifted, and they completely dismissed the thought of retreating. Wealth came from danger. If they did not even have the courage to take risks, they were destined to be mediocre for life. As long as I can obtain more than 2 profundity fragments, I'll soar into the sky. Many young disciples in the various major forces were muttering the same words to themselves. It seems like the other forces have the same distribution of profundity fragments as our 5-element sect. Huang Danyu, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, laughed. Of course, otherwise, who would risk their lives for the profundity fragments? Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the various forces must know how to make a choice if they wanted to motivate their disciples. The door to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is open. Shouldn't we go in now? It was unknown who said this. However, no one dared to be the first to stand out. Everyone's eyes fell on the translucent light shield above the open door. Ever since the monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple was killed by the explosion, this translucent light shield had become a shadow in their hearts. As long as the light shield did not disappear, they would never cross the line. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. It's finally gone. If it didn't disappear, I'm afraid nobody would dare to enter. When the young disciples of the various forces saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shouldn't we go in? At the same time, many young disciples of the various forces stared at the senior members of their respective forces with puzzlement in their eyes. Before the upper echelons of the various forces could open their mouths, a layer of gray light appeared out of thin air above the open door. This caused the expressions of the people from the various forces to change, except for Duan Lingtian. Seeing everyone's expression, Duan Lingtian was momentarily speechless. Isn't it just an inscription formation that tests the age of the person who enters? Is there a need for such a big reaction? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the translucent light shield disappeared, he had already sensed that another inscription formation to test his age had been activated. What the hell is going on? The door is open, and the translucent light barrier is gone. Why is there another layer of gray light barrier? Could this gray light shield be the same as the previous translucent light shield? One touch and you'll die, right? The young disciples of the various forces were worried, and no one dared to try. Even the upper echelons of the various forces had dread written all over their faces. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong who were next to him. Then he stepped on the air and descended toward the gray light shield at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian arrived near the gray light shield. You're seeking death. When Zi Shang and Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian's action, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of their mouths. Both of them felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Xian Bei, who was standing among the group of people from Empyrean Temple, and Zhang Yan, who was standing among the group of people from Emotion-Severing Sect, raised their eyebrows. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's action. Among the group of 5-element sect's upper echelons, other than Tiangu, who was deep in thought, turned pale. This little fella is too reckless. Guochong and Qi Yu's expression turned grave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already touched the gray light shield. Even if there was something wrong with the gray light shield, they would not be able to save him in time. Just when most of the people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be killed, Duan Lingtian passed through the gray light shield smoothly as though nothing had happened. Through the setting sun that sprinkled on the ground like blood, everyone could see that the black shadow behind the gray light shield had landed steadily on the high platform inside. Duan Lingnan is actually fine. It seems like the gray light shield doesn't have any lethality. Realization dawned on the disciples of the various forces. Before the others could fully realize it, a figure that looked like a fire elf had already followed Duan Lingtian through the gray light shield, the door, and entered. It was none other than Feng Tianwu. When Su Li, Zhang Shou-yong, and Huang Daniu were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Feng Tianwu was the only one who followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. This showed that she had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that a few of us men can't even be compared to a woman. Huang Daniu smiled wryly and shook his head before he followed suit. Su Li and Zhang Shou-yong looked at each other and smiled wryly. After that, they passed through the gray light shield and stepped on the mysterious high platform below the door. I understand now. At this moment, Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak of 5-element sect, exclaimed in a low voice, "This gray light shield is the inscription formation that's used to test the age of the person who enters." The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the group of inscription masters present on the scene was enlightened. At the same time, they could not help but wonder how Duan Lingtian knew that the gray light shield would not harm him. Could it be that he was also an inscription master? If he was really an inscription master, how powerful would his attainment in the inscription Dao be to be able to be the first one among all the inscription masters present on the scene to react to it? Soon after, another person from the 5-element sect passed through the gray light shield and entered. It was none other than Nangong Chen. Since even Nangong Chen had entered, it was only natural that Nangong Yi would enter as well. Subsequently, the 5-element sect's disciples followed suit and entered one after another. It looked like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Humph. He's lucky. Zi Shang stood behind the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. His face was extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have thought that not only was Duan Lingtian not killed, but he even became the first person to enter and stole the limelight. What's the hurry? Why don't you go in now and kill him directly? A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice reverberated in Zi Shang's mind, bewitching him. The moment Zi Shang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Kill? Without waiting for the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to say anything, Zi Shang flew out and entered the gray light shield, entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Below the gray light shield on the high platform under the wide open door, a group of 5-element sect's disciples led by Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and looked around curiously. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were also standing next to Duan Lingtian. The high platform was square in shape. All three directions were pitch black. It was so deep that one could not see the end of it. It was like a bottomless abyss. Only the last direction had a stone staircase that led to the bottom. I can't see the end of this stone staircase at first glance. I wonder where it leads to. Huang Daniu frowned and muttered to himself. No matter where it leads to, we have no choice. We can only follow it down. Duan Lingtian said. Why don't we fly down from the other three directions and have a look? Su Li suggested. Fly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. From the moment they stepped on this high platform, they had already entered the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. You want to fly? Sure. As long as you have the strength that's on par with Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to explain, his expression changed as though he had noticed something. He lifted his head abruptly and looked at the sky not far away in front of him. There, a white figure appeared. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a white lightning and charged toward him. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He immediately recognized the white-clad young man who was charging toward him. It was Zishang. He did not expect Zishang's speed to be so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him. Bang! An explosive sound of air exploding sounded out. It was Zishang who had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and smashed out a punch. The flames on his fist skyrocketed, accompanied by waves of piercingly cold azure wind that grew stronger and stronger. His punch was like a collapsing mountain that flashed directly toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian had no time to block it. He could only instinctively stomp on the ground and retreat swiftly. You're courting death. At almost the exact same moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Feng Tianwu who stood nearby that made her move. Her entire body was enveloped by flames that shot into the sky. She seemed to have transformed into a true fire spirit as she flashed toward Zishang, who was chasing after Duan Lingtian. A long whip that was like a red spirit snake shot directly toward Zishang's hand that had punched out. Right at this moment, under the gazes of everyone present, the figures of Duan Lingtian and Zishang who flashed out of the high platform swayed. They actually lost control and fell down swiftly as if they were about to fall into the bottomless abyss. At the same time, the long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand missed as well. Zishang's rapid fall had exceeded her expectations. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu, who stood at the side of the high platform, looked at the violet figure that gradually disappeared into the bottomless abyss. Her face went grim, and then she didn't even think before jumping down as well. When she jumped down, she finally realized why her elder brother Duan and Zishang would lose control and fall down. It turned out that no matter how one circulated their origin energy, they were unable to fly in this place. Young Miss Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Daniu's faces went grim. They stood at the side of the high platform and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was falling down as well. They were completely unaware of what had happened. Why can't we fly here? Chapter 941. After dodging Zishang's attack and retreating from the high platform, Duan Lingtian initially wanted to use his energy to attack the air. He wanted to use the air resistance to create a recoil force to propel his body back to the high platform. After all, there was a flight-prohibiting formation here, and he could not fly. However, after trying a few times, he realized that the air around him did not create any resistance at all. His energy swept out and disappeared completely as though it had entered a ball of cotton. It was as though it had never appeared. Let alone the sound of air exploding, even the sound of wind whistling could not be heard. What's going on? Under his great shock, the memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In the end, he finally found the answer. So that's how it is. If it's a flight-prohibiting formation set up by an inscription inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master, other than forbidding a martial artist from flying, the air resistance would also be removed. After finding out the reason, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was falling faster and faster. If this continued, he would most likely be smashed into minced meat when he reached the end. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked him so much that he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he turned his head to look, he realized that Zishang, who was falling with him, actually wanted to attack him in such an environment. The milky white origin energy on Zishang's hand swayed and transformed into a vast red flame. When strands of solidified green wind merged with it, the flames suddenly soared. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head was constantly changing. Initially, there were only 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, as the green energy merged with the flame soared and another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. I knew it. This Zishang is only a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. How could his speed be so fast? He arrived in front of me in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. His face was filled with shock. As it turns out, he has comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept and 3rd level advanced wind concept. Not only that, with the addition of the wind force prowess to his fire force, his fire concept can gain an additional strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian gasped. He had never expected that Zishang's strength would improve so much in just a few months. He still remembered. When the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties all those years ago, Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, and only his wind concept was slightly stronger from the 2 concepts he'd comprehended, yet it wasn't very strong. Today, when he saw Zishang again, his spiritual energy immediately probed Zishang's current cultivation base, the 7th level void interpretation. He was not surprised by this. Although Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist, if Skywolf Fort really saw him as their trump card to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely spare no effort to cultivate him. The spirit fruits in Skywolf Fort would definitely be used on him. With the strength of the Skywolf Fort, it wasn't difficult for them to make Zishang go from a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist to a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist in a few months of time. However, the problem was, a martial artist's cultivation base could be raised in a short period of time with spirit fruits, but concept could not. No matter how many concept fragments there was a limit to how fast one could raise one's concept. Perhaps there's a profound assimilation formation in Skywolf Fort, but the profound assimilation formation is not enough to raise Zishang's strength so much. Unless he can merge his spiritual energy with it like I did. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, could it be that the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu hiding in Zishang's body has some kind of technique that allows Zishang to gain benefits that are not inferior to mine in the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was still the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu after all. It was not surprising that it had some special technique. Moreover, the profound assimilation formation was only an inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It did not seem difficult for the soul of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu to enter it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had inadvertently glanced at Zishang, noticed a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in Zishang's hand. It was a spirit spear. The 7-foot-long spear was completely shrouded by the wind and flames in Zishang's hand as it merged into the spear. It was surrounded by green energy and red energy. At the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Zishang's head. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. When Zishang took out the 7-foot-long spear, he could already tell it was a grade 2 spirit spear. A Grade 2 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary Grade 2 weapon craftsman would only have a 78% increase in strength at most, just like the 7-foot-long spear in Zishang's hand. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head had now gathered into 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They were ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted an unusual aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When the Grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand was about to stab him, he did not hesitate at all. The origin energy in his hand entered the quasi-royal grade spirit sword easily. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly consolidated. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could double the strength. With Duan Lingtian's origin energy as the foundation, it could double the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. This was Duan Lingtian's concept that he did not use. As the waves of concepts merged with the origin energy like shadows and entwined around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a khaki-colored energy appeared, and purple lightning followed like a shadow. On top of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, there was an additional fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solidified wind entwining around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon underwent a tremendous change. Next to the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. In total, there were 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of the 4 types of concepts combined was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Among the 300 ancient horned dragons, the earth concept, thunder concept, and sword concept each accounted for 100 ancient horned dragons. The remaining 300 ancient horned dragons were exclusive to the wind concept. Before entering the profound assimilation formation, among the 4 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, only the wind concept was the void interpretation concept. The other 3 were only the void initiation concepts. For this reason, in the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian's wind concept had undoubtedly improved the most. It had risen to the second-level advanced stage in one fell swoop. The second-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. In the face of Zishang's spear attack that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand. A disdainful sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Above his head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered there, accumulating their strength and waiting to strike. Ha! Zishang thrust his spear out with all his might. The wind and fire energy on the spear skyrocketed before transforming into a swift windfire spear ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the flight-prohibiting formation had sucked away all the air resistance, Zishang's windfire spear ray did not set off any wind whistling or air explosion even though it contained an extremely powerful force. Everything was exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Let's see if you can still survive this time. After the spear ray shot out from the Grade 2 spirit spear in his hand, a sneer crept up on the corner of Zishang's mouth. However, the sneer on the corner of Zishang's mouth quickly froze. Impossible! Zishang raised his head. He originally wanted to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being penetrated by the spear ray, but he did not expect to see a scene that made his guts burst. I must be dreaming! Zishang roared in his heart. Looking at the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the distant sky, Zishang's pupils constricted. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this Duan Lingtian possess such a powerful force? Zishang was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. Faced with Zishang's swift spear ray that was silently approaching, a sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as it went up against the spear ray that was approaching menacingly. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian made his move as fast as lightning. The spirit sword in his hand pointed at the side of the spear ray. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and did not encounter any resistance. It easily destroyed the spear ray that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. Bang! A loud noise reverberated. It was the sound of the spear ray exploding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian made use of the recoil force produced when the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand destroyed the spear ray and suddenly shot into the distance. That was the direction where Zishang was. Zishang's body was still falling, but his falling speed was not worth mentioning at all in front of Duan Lingtian's swift speed. Zishang? When Duan Lingtian charged toward Zishang, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Zishang had caused him a lot of trouble in the past. Last time, he was almost killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort's elders. At that time, Ta Mu stood in front of him and lost his life because of him. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Chapter 942. Horror dawned on Zishang's face when he saw Duan Lingtian borrowing the force from his spear ray and charging toward him with his sword. At this moment, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head that were charging toward him were like a ferocious beast in Zishang's eyes. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward him. They grew larger and larger in Zishang's eyes, causing him to shudder with fear. That was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If it landed on him, he would definitely die. Elder Ghost. Due to the flight-prohibiting formation, Zishang could not escape at all. He could only ask for help from the remnant soul hidden in his body. His voice reverberated in his mind in an extremely urgent manner. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was charging toward Zishang with his sword, clearly saw a small black dot appearing out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black dot was growing rapidly. "Old fellow, how dare you be dishonest in front of me?" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian naturally realized that the remnant soul in Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu had temporarily taken over Zishang's body. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He raised his other hand, and a stone tablet that was partially broken appeared in his hand. At this moment, the broken stone tablet trembled as though it had discovered its prey and was about to pounce on it. Damn it! At the same time, a gloomy and old voice resonated in the depths of Zishang's mind. There was a hint of exasperation in the voice, and it was filled with fear toward the broken stone tablet. At the same time, the small black dot between Zishang's brows did not even have the time to transform into a black flame mark before it disappeared again. Zishang regained control of his body, but he was not happy at all. Humph! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and casually grabbed the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. He held the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and the sword in the other as he continued to charge toward Zishang. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived near Zishang's position in just a blink of an eye. He would be in a good position to attack and kill Zishang soon. Ghost Elder. Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he once again sought help from the strand of remnant soul hidden within his body. What should I do now? If this Duan Lingtian really succeeds, then not only will I die for sure, but even you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. Zishang panicked, completely panicked. He originally thought that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. But he never expected that. In the past few months, the improvement in Duan Lingtian's strength was even more terrifying than the improvement in his strength. When he unleashed all his techniques, he could exert the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He had a strength of over 100 ancient horn dragons more than him, and he was completely crushed. There's only one way now. Throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment in your hand. In that way, not only will you be able to borrow the strength to escape, but you'll also be able to make the Devil Seal tablet fragment resonate with the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, causing him to have no time to chase after you. Ghost Flame's voice reverberated in Zishang's mind and told him the method to survive before Duan Lingtian. Ghost Elder, if you throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment, I'll indeed be able to borrow the strength to escape. But even if I escape, I'll still be unable to escape death if I keep falling, right? Zishang took a deep breath and said hastily, if I fall from such a high place and don't have the help of the Devil Seal tablet fragment when I'm close to the ground, then even if I exert my full strength, I'll still be unable to resist the force of the fall. At that time, I'll surely fall to my death. Don't worry. Even if you keep falling, you'll be fine. I'm sure of this. Ghost Flame spoke again with a voice filled with confidence. Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words. He had been with Ghost Flame for a long time, and he believed that Ghost Flame would not lie to him. After all, this matter was related to Ghost Flame's life and death. Once he died, his soul would be annihilated as well. At that time, Ghost Flame's remnant soul would be trapped in his body. Once Ghost Flame's remnant soul was exposed to the air, it would not take long for it to be completely annihilated. Ghost Elder, I believe in you. Zishang took a deep breath and raised his hand. A stone that was the size of 3 adult fists appeared in his hand. There were some ancient words on the stone that were difficult to decipher. Almost at the same time Zishang took out the stone, Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack and kill Zishang, suddenly had a change in expression. At this moment, he clearly noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his hand had suddenly become restless as though it had sensed something. It looked as though it wanted to break free from his restraints. The Devil Seal tablet continued to tremble violently, causing Duan Lingtian's body to tremble as well, causing his hand that was holding the sword to loosen. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he looked over, he saw that Zishang's legs had kicked the stone that was suspended in the air. As Zishang's legs landed on the narrow stone, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow that was released from a bow. He borrowed the force and flew down rapidly. In an instant, Zishang's body completely disappeared into the bottomless abyss before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Is he looking for death? Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he saw Zishang's body falling rapidly. Zishang's actions would undoubtedly increase the speed of his fall. Once he reached the ground, would he not be smashed into a pulp? However, Duan Lingtian had no time to care about Zishang. He was shocked to discover that, at this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was similar to the stone that Zishang had used to borrow force. It was suspended in the air and even lifted him up so he would not continue falling. This Devil Seal tablet is really terrifying. Even the flight-prohibiting formation set up by Emperor Wu's stage inscription masters can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian slightly exerted force in his hand that was holding the Devil Seal tablet and used the force to leap up. He landed on the Devil Seal tablet and stood up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the Devil Seal tablet's origin. Suddenly, the Devil Seal tablet flew out from under Duan Lingtian's feet. Its target was the stone that Zishang had left behind. It was like a hunter that had discovered its prey. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian's gaze had just landed on the stone that was the size of 3 adult fists, he noticed that the stone had also transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the Devil Seal tablet under his feet. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. He exerted force in his feet and tried his best to stand firm. He was really worried that the Devil Seal tablet would collide with the stone and send him flying. In that case, he could only continue falling. What awaited him would be a pile of mush. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his worries were completely unnecessary. When the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were close to each other, they actually stopped at the same time. They seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding and gave off a peaceful feeling. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who finally saw the appearance of the stone, clearly could not help but narrow his eyes. It was as if he had seen something that shocked him. Heavens! What did he see? This stone that was the size of 3 adult fists was actually carved with ancient words that were exactly the same as the words on the Devil Seal tablet. Even the handwriting was exactly the same. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw that the Devil Seal tablet under his feet and the stone were slowly approaching each other. After they were stuck together, not a single gap could be seen. The Devil Seal tablet that originally had a large gap was now perfectly stuck to the stone, leaving only a shattered corner. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. This stone that Zishang took out, is actually a part of the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet under his feet with a face full of shock. He clearly saw that after the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were stuck together, the words on the two were also perfectly aligned. There was not a single trace of disharmony. Although Duan Lingtian did not recognize these words, when the two were put together, the words were neatly arranged on the stone. This made him deeply aware of a problem. The Devil Seal tablet and the stone were originally a part of the same body. This means, if I can find the shattered corner of the Devil Seal tablet now, the Devil Seal tablet will be restored to its original state and become a complete Devil Seal tablet? Looking at the Devil Seal tablet that was missing a corner, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. When he recalled the terrifying power that the Devil Seal tablet had given him after he was devilified by the broken Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that once the Devil Seal tablet was restored, it would become even more powerful. Elder brother Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sky. When he raised his head to look over, he discovered that Feng Tianwu had actually fallen as well. However, the place where Feng Tianwu was falling was not where he was standing on the Devil Seal tablet that was floating in the air. This caused him to become slightly anxious. In his anxiety, Duan Lingtian instinctively thought of controlling the Devil Seal tablet to fly toward Feng Tianwu so that he could catch Feng Tianwu. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not completely confident that he could control the Devil Seal tablet. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the Devil Seal tablet flew toward the place where Feng Tianwu was falling according to his thoughts. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. His hands moved like the wind as he extended strands of gentle origin energy to help Feng Tianwu decelerate step by step. When Feng Tianwu's falling speed had completely slowed down, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and held onto Feng Tianwu's slender hand before bringing her to stand on the Devil Seal tablet. Elder brother Duan, this tablet of yours seems to be different from before? Feng Tianwu glanced at the Devil Seal tablet beneath her feet with surprise. She was not unfamiliar with this broken tablet. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months ago, Duan Lingtian had lent it to her. Chapter 943. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Staring at the peerless beauty that was so close to him, his eyes became a little blurred. He did not even need to think to know why Tianwu fell with him. She must have jumped with him. At this moment, the love string in Duan Lingtian's heart was gently plucked, and it took him a long time to calm down. Has my importance in her heart surpassed her own life? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart. At the same time, his gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was filled with gentleness. It was a gentleness that had not appeared for a long time. It was a gentleness that only appeared in front of his 2 fiancées. Elder brother Duan, what are you looking at? Feng Tianwu originally wanted to ask Duan Lingtian why the Devil Seal tablet changed. However, when she lifted her head, she realized Duan Lingtian was staring at her. The gentleness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt her heart completely. At this moment she felt like crying. Even she did not know why she felt that way. And nothing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After retracting his gaze, he forced a smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go up. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped on the devil seal tablet and rose into the sky with Feng Tianwu. The flight prohibiting formation could not stop the devil seal tablet from flying. At the bottom of the entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the young disciples from the 6 major forces landed on the high platform one after another and stood steadily on it. What the hell is this place? He can't even fly in the air. Many of them cursed. There must be some kind of restriction. I guess there's a special inscription formation that's shrouding this area, causing us to be unable to fly. I've seen records of something similar to an inscription formation in an ancient book. This inscription formation seems to be called the Flight Prohibiting Formation. Flight Prohibiting Formation? What a domineering inscription formation. It directly took away our right to fly. The young disciples of the various forces discussed animatedly, and many of them began to look around. Apart from the stone stairs on this side, the other 3 sides are all pitch-black bottomless abyss. You can't fly here. Once you fall, you'll definitely die. Isn't that so? Just now, 3 people fell down. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. What? Did someone fall? Yes. Which 3 people? You must have an impression of 2 of them. Duan Lingtian from 5 Element Sect and that peerless beauty from Blade Sect. There's also a young disciple from Skywolf Fort. He's dressed in white and has an extraordinary bearing. In a short moment, many young disciples of the various powers found out that Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zi Shang had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian fell? Hu Fei came in later. Unlike the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, he only found out that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform. Looks like even God is helping me. However, it's a pity for the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, Hu Fei muttered to himself. His face was filled with pity when he reached the end of his sentence. After Empyrean Temple's Xianbei and emotion-severing sects Zhang Yan heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, they stood at the side of the high platform and looked down. In their eyes, the bottomless abyss was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Once one entered it, it would be difficult for one to come out again. Duan Lingtian, looks like the agreement between you and me is going to be voided. Xianbei clasped his hands together and muttered, "What a pity!" A gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. His face was still cold as though Duan Lingtian's death could not cause any ripples in his heart. He only felt that it was a pity. That Duan Lingtian is dead? When the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, their eyes lit up immediately. Their faces were filled with joy. Senior brother Lingtian. Apart from Hu Fei, most of the 5 Element Sect's disciples stood at the side of the high platform. Their eyes were filled with sadness and pity as they looked at the bottomless abyss. What a pity! That Duan Lingtian is dead. Nangong Yi sighed. Not necessarily. Nangong Chen shook his head. Nangong Yi looked puzzled as he looked at Nangong Chen curiously. Why do you say so? He doesn't look like someone who has a short life. Nangong Chen's answer was direct, simple, and straightforward. The corner of Nangong Yi's mouth twitched. For a moment he was rendered speechless. Junior sister Feng has fallen in as well? Many of Blade Sect's disciples sighed. That peerless beauty had perished just like that? God was jealous of her talent. They're both dead. It's good that they're dead. It's good that they're dead. Lian Xiong stood at the side with a delighted smile on his face. He no longer dared to go against Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, when he knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had both fallen into the bottomless abyss and were definitely dead, he could not help but feel delighted. God's will. God's will. The smile on Lian Xiong's face grew even wider. In his opinion, God was helping him. However, his smile quickly froze. A series of surprised cheers resonated in his ears. It's senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian is here. And that female disciple from Blade Sect as well. They're here together. Senior brother Lingtian is fine. Senior brother Lingtian is fine. The eyes of the five-element sect's disciples who were looking down from the side of the high platform lit up as they cried out in surprise. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two figures that were rising rapidly from the bottomless abyss. When Huang Dania found out about the flight-prohibiting formation, his heart sank completely. He knew that Duan Lingtian, who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his eyes that were filled with disappointment suddenly lit up. He greeted Duan Lingtian excitedly. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side. Originally, they felt the same as Huang Daniu. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the gloominess on their faces disappeared and was replaced with a sincere smile. "They're not dead. They're not dead." Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is not dead? Xian Bei's eyes lit up. A rare smile crept up the corner of his mouth. "Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me." Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. "How did he get up here?" "After my test, I found out that there's almost no air resistance in the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation." Zhang Yan, who had investigated the current situation, knew that there was no air resistance in this area other than the fact that it was impossible to fly in this area. For this reason, it was almost impossible to rely on the air resistance to create a recoil force to return to the high platform from the bottomless abyss. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a purple figure and a red figure rose up from the side of the high platform and appeared before their eyes. It was a young man in purple and a young woman in red. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. When they stood together, they looked like a golden couple. Senior brother Ling Tian and this Blade Sect's female disciple are really a match made in heaven. They're a perfect match. Not only that, they both have monstrous martial Dao innate talent. They're really a match made in heaven. Perhaps, our five-element sect can consider forming a marriage alliance with the Blade Sect. Many of the five-element sect's disciples were discussing animatedly. When their eyes landed on the young man and woman standing on the stone tablet with a missing corner, there was a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. The voices of these five-element sect's disciples clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, who had just brought Feng Tianwu up. It made Duan Lingtian feel a little awkward. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face had long turned crimson red. It was so red that it looked as though blood would drip out of it at any moment. It was so charming that it made people want to go up and give her a kiss. "Duan Ling, I knew that your life won't be that short, you brat." Huang Daniu laughed as he scolded. Although Huang Daniu's tone was rude, Duan Lingtian could see his concern for him from his reddened eyes. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong also heaved a sigh of relief. How's this possible? When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his face turned grave. His heart that had just risen to heaven fell back to hell in just a blink of an eye. "That's impossible. That's impossible. He can actually fly within the range of the flight restriction array?" Hu Fei kept shaking his head. He was unwilling to believe that this was real. At the same time, he began to size up Duan Lingtian and the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. In the end, his eyes landed on the stone tablet with a missing corner. "Don't tell me it's this stone tablet?" Hu Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. At the same time, endless jealousy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. "This Duan Lingtian, how can he take all the benefits?" Sigh. When Lian Xiong saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, the smile on his face disappeared completely. Apart from feeling helpless, there was only helplessness in his heart. Isn't this place covered by the flight-prohibiting formation? Why are Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still able to fly? Soon, someone cried out in alarm. Instantly, the attention of everyone started to move, and in the end, it descended onto the stone tablet that was missing a corner beneath Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet, and their eyes lit up. "It's this stone tablet. What are the words carved on this stone tablet? I can't recognize any of them. This stone tablet can actually fly in the flight-prohibiting formation. It's definitely not something simple. The eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner under Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet were filled with eagerness and desire. Many people's eyes gleamed with greed as though they wanted to take the stone tablet with a missing corner for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also brought Feng Tianwu back to the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he put away the stone tablet with a missing corner, which was the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian, hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and the stone tablet. Chapter 944. Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the high platform with Feng Tianwu, was immediately surrounded by a group of people. He raised his eyebrows, but his expression remained calm. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings nonchalantly. He immediately recognized the people surrounding him. They were the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and the 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort. There were a total of 36 people. The opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time was agreed upon by all the major forces. Each force could only bring 20 young disciples to share the loot. For this reason, each force only brought 20 young disciples. Out of the 20 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian outside. There were still 19 of them left. At this moment, other than the 2 black-clad young men who were standing in the distance leisurely, the other 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect had surrounded him. Each and every one of them was staring at him with hatred in their eyes. As for Skywolf Fort's side, other than Zi Decease who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, the other 19 disciples, including Yi Ling, had surrounded him one by one. Unlike the hatred in the eyes of the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect, these 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort were staring at him with greed. It was as though he was some kind of treasure. Of course, he was not a treasure himself. It was just that he had a treasure in his hands. 4 9th level concept fragments. It was a stone tablet that allowed one to fly in the flight restriction formation. It was enough to attract the attention of most people. Hu Lin, are we really not going? One of the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were standing in the distance frowned. This is not good, right? Lu Kai is our junior brother after all. It's our duty to avenge him. What? Do you want to die as well? The other person asked nonchalantly with a smirk on his face. That, you mean, Duan Lingtian can deal with them? The former sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, but, is this possible? Those are the 36 elites among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort. Even if all the people from 5 Element Sect were to go, I'm afraid they might not be a match for them, right? The former added, Zhangping, you're wrong. Hu Lin's eyes narrowed as a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. He muttered that Duan Lingtian is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you really think that he could kill Lu Kai with a single punch just because his strength is slightly stronger than Lu Kai? I can see that, when this Duan Lingtian killed Lu Kai, he didn't use a spiritual weapon, but he still had a lot of energy left. 36 people. Although it's a lot of people, it's still wishful thinking for them to deal with this Duan Lingtian. Hu Lin's tone was solemn. Is he really that scary? When Zhang Ping heard this, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 36 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort. Whether it's that scary or not, you'll know once you continue watching. Hu Lin said calmly, I believe that when the time comes, you will be glad that you managed to keep your life. This bunch of idiots. How dare they not listen to me? They deserve to die. When Hu Lin reached the end of his sentence, the idiots that he was talking about were none other than the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were blinded by hatred. Before the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian, they had invited him to join them, but he had rejected them. Not only that, when he voiced his concerns, the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples even called him a coward. They even said that he did not deserve to be the chief eldest senior brother of the current generation in Sun Moon Sect. What are all of you doing? When they saw that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were surrounded, many of the five-element sect's disciples had a drastic change in expression. Some of them had a murderous gleam in their eyes as they stared at the group of Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples with hostility. Duan Lingyan, as long as you hand over the 4 9th-level concept fragments and that stone tablet earlier, we'll let you go. Among the group of Skywolf Fort's disciples, Yi Ling, who was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance and the former strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Qing dynasty, glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as she shouted in a deep voice. Yi Ling? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the first thought that popped up in his mind was none other than Yi Ling and the group of Skywolf Fort's and Sun Moon Sect's disciples' heads being kicked by donkeys. Did they think that they could deal with him just because they had more people? However, Duan Lingtian did not know about this at all. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who came later did not know that he had killed a 9th-level Void Interpretation Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level Void Interpretation concept with just one punch. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to the Sun Moon Sect's disciple's request and colluded with the Sun Moon Sect's disciple to deal with him. As for the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples, most of them were blinded by hatred. The Sun Moon Sect was different from the other forces. The disciples in the sect were basically taken in since they were young and had undergone a series of brainwashing education. For the sake of the Sun Moon Sect's benefit, they would do anything regardless of the gains and losses. To put it simply, most of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples were a bunch of lunatics. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Sun Moon Sect, had not been brainwashed by the Sun Moon Sect even though he was smart since he was young. A bunch of lunatics. Nangong Yi shook his head and stood at the side with a calm expression. He was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. A bunch of people who have a death wish. Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong stood at the other side. They were not nervous at all. It was as if they were unconcerned about this matter. Of course, the reason they were so calm was because they trusted Duan Lingtian's strength. The Skywolf Fort's disciples are still alright since they don't know about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, that group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples still dare to go against Duan Lingtian even though they know about Duan Lingtian's strength? Is there something wrong with their heads? Tianjin's eyes widened as he glanced at Tan Huan who was next to him and voiced out the doubts in his heart. Look at the eyes of those 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples. It's different from the eyes of the other 19 Skywolf Fort's disciples. The eyes of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples are filled with hatred. The eyes of the Skywolf Fort's disciples are filled with greed. Tan Huan was very observant and easily noticed some clues. The former must be trying to avenge Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. The latter must be bewitched by the Sun Moon Sect's disciples and wants to snatch the treasures on Duan Lingtian. It seems like the Skywolf Fort's disciples are being used by the Sun Moon Sect's disciples. After observing for a while, Tianjin nodded his head in agreement with Tan Huan's words. Senior Brother Yen, should we join? At this moment, an emotion-severing sect's disciple looked at Zhang Yan and asked with a burning gaze. The people from emotion-severing sect came with the people from Skywolf Fort. Similarly, they did not witness the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, with just one punch. They did not know about Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, the other 18 emotion-severing sect's disciples, other than Qi Feng and Qin Lian, who were Duan Lingtian's old acquaintances, were all staring at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. Qi Feng and Qin Lian were the people who ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held at Skywolf Fort a few months ago. Later on, they followed Peiyan, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, to the emotion-severing sect. This time, the opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had caused their strength to increase tremendously after being groomed by the emotion-severing sect. All of them were entrusted with the heavy responsibility of searching and snatching the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure for the emotion-severing sect. All of you can go ahead if you don't want to die. Zhang Yan's face was cold as he said in a neutral tone, "Perf." At this moment, a person walked out of the emotion-severing sect. It was a young man who was close to 40 years old who wore a gray robe. He glanced at Zhang Yan coldly and said sarcastically, "Zhang Yan, as the sect leader's direct disciple, you're really getting more and more cowardly. If the sect's old ancestors of the past knew that the emotion-severing sect's disciple who has successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique is actually so cowardly, I'm afraid they'd be so angry that they'd throw up 3 liters of blood even in the netherworld." When the gray-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, the mockery on his face became even more obvious. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in the depth of his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see with just a glance that he did not get along with Zhang Yan. "Go ahead if you're not afraid of dying." Zhang Yan did not even look at the gray-clad young man as he said nonchalantly, "However, I still have to remind you, if you die, you can only blame it on your bad luck. The sect won't stand up for you. Of course, I'm not as cowardly as you are." The gray-clad young man's face turned grave when he was ignored by Zhang Yan. He snorted coldly. Subsequently, he called out to the other emotion-severing sect's disciples, "Fellow senior brothers, follow me if you want to share the loot with the Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples." The moment the gray-clad young man's words left his mouth, he had already flown out and joined the ranks of the Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Duan Lincoln. "Senior Brother Wei, wait for me." Immediately, another emotion-severing sect's disciple flew out as well. Senior Brother Wei is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse who has comprehended the 1st-level void transformation concept. I don't think it'll be difficult for him to kill that Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the emotion-severing sect's disciples followed suit one after another. After a short while, only Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and 5 other emotion-severing sect's disciples remained. 12 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including the gray-clad young man, joined the encirclement and stared at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. How lively! Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he saw the group of people around him had shrunk from 36 to 48. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Tianwu, leave first." Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile. When Feng Tianwu saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she immediately dismissed the thought of helping Duan Lingtian and nodded sensibly. Subsequently, she strode out of the encirclement. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who had formed the encirclement made way for her. Their target was Duan Lingtian, not Feng Tianwu. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.